Funny how the ones who called me senile now beg me for mercy. I'm Margaret, 76, and I've been dealing with my eldest son, Daniel, 48, who decided somewhere along the way that I was too old to handle my own life. My husband passed 6 months ago, and after the funeral, after the casseroles stopped coming and the house got quiet, I made the decision to sell our bakery. We'd run it together for 40 years. Without him, the ovens just felt cold. The sale went through quickly. Small town, loyal customers, good reputation. I walked away with a decent amount. Not rich people money, but enough to live comfortably for the rest of my days. Daniel was there through all of it, helping with paperwork, talking to the buyers. He kept saying I should let him handle the financial side of things, that I deserved to rest, to not worry about bills and taxes and all that stress. He made it sound so caring. So I signed some papers, gave him access to the accounts. He was my son. I trusted him. For a few months, everything seemed fine. I paid my bills, kept my little routines, tried to figure out who I was without the 4 a.m. alarm for bread prep. Then the letters started coming. First one was about unpaid property taxes. I figured it was a mistake because I always paid on time, had for decades. Then another letter came saying something about a title transfer on my house. I didn't understand it. I hadn't sold my house. I called the county office and they told me the house was no longer in my name. It had been transferred to Daniel 3 months ago. I sat at my kitchen table staring at that letter for probably an hour. Then I checked my bank account online. The savings account, the one with most of the bakery money, was almost empty. I'd started with over $180,000. There was $3,200 left. I drove straight to Daniel's house. He lives in one of those new developments on the edge of town, the kind with the big columns out front that don't hold anything up. His wife, Jessica, answered the door looking surprised to see me. I asked for Daniel and she called him down from his home office. I showed him the letters. He barely glanced at them before giving me this patient smile, the kind you'd give a confused child. He said I was getting mixed up, that everything was handled, that I shouldn't worry my head about finances because I never was good at the complicated stuff anyway. Those were his exact words. Jessica jumped in too, all sweet and patronizing, saying they were taking care of me, and that's what mattered. I pushed harder, asked him directly about the house title, about the missing money. That's when his tone changed. He said he'd used the house as collateral for an investment opportunity, said it was temporary. Then he actually said I wouldn't understand the financial instruments involved, like I hadn't spent 40 years balancing books and managing inventory and handling vendor contracts while he was still learning to tie his shoes. I left that night acting defeated. Let my shoulders slump, let my voice shake a little. Let him think he'd convinced me. Let him think I was just a confused old woman who couldn't keep up anymore. But here's what Daniel forgot. I ran a business for 4 decades. I knew every penny that came in and every penny that went out. I knew when suppliers were trying to cheat me, and I knew how to read a contract. The next morning, I made a phone call to someone who remembered when I used to slip extra cookies into their family's bakery bag. Her name was Emma Chen, and she'd just opened a law practice in town. Emma showed up at my house 2 days after I called. She's 29 now, sharp as a tack, and I remember her parents used to come in every Saturday morning for sourdough and those cherry danishes her dad loved. When I explained what Daniel had done, I watched her face go from professional concern to actual anger. She took my case on the spot. The next 3 weeks were busy. Emma subpoenaed bank records, pulled property transfer documents, dug into Daniel's business dealings. What we found was worse than I thought. He hadn't just transferred the house and drained my savings. He'd had me sign papers under false pretenses, telling me they were insurance updates or beneficiary forms. And some documents he'd just forged my signature on entirely. Emma said it was textbook elder financial abuse. I said it was textbook betrayal. We had a court date set for early November. I didn't tell Daniel. Let him think I'd given up, that I'd accepted his version of reality, where he was the responsible son, managing his incompetent mother's affairs. The morning of the hearing, I got to the courthouse early. Daniel showed up 20 minutes later with a lawyer in an expensive suit, the kind that screams retainer fees. He was smiling, chatting with his attorney like they were heading to a golf game. Then he saw me, sitting on the bench outside the courtroom with Emma. He actually walked over, had the nerve to crouch down in front of me like I was a child, and say we didn't need to do this, that family shouldn't air dirty laundry in public. He offered me an allowance, said we could work it out privately. I just looked at him and said, the judge could sort out the laundry. His smile faltered a bit then. Inside the courtroom, Emma laid it all out. Every transaction, every forged signature, every lie. She had a timeline showing exactly how he'd systematically stripped my assets over 4 months. She had proof he'd used the house as collateral for his own business debts, that he'd gambled my bakery money on investments that tanked, that he'd been planning to sell my house to cover his losses. Daniel's lawyer tried to spin it as miscommunication, said Daniel was just trying to protect me from making bad financial decisions, implied I wasn't sharp enough to manage money anymore, which was rich considering Daniel had never balanced a checkbook in his life without overdrafting it. The judge didn't buy it. I could see it in her face about halfway through Emma's presentation. She went from neutral to disgusted, especially when Emma showed the forged signatures side by side with my real ones. When the judge read her ruling, I watched Daniel's face go pale. Full restitution. House returned to my name. Criminal charges filed for fraud and elder abuse. And because he couldn't pay everything back immediately, he had to liquidate his assets. The investment properties, the boat, even his car. He turned to me as they were leaving, his expensive lawyer already packing up and looking uncomfortable. Daniel's voice cracked when he said I was his mother, that I should tell them it was all a misunderstanding. I told him I didn't understand a lot of things, but I understood theft just fine. That was the last thing I said to him in that courtroom. 2 months later, I'm back in my house, and Daniel's renting a 1-bedroom apartment on the other side of town. The irony isn't lost on me that it's above the old hardware store where my husband used to buy supplies for the bakery repairs. My other 2 kids had different reactions to everything. Marcus, my youngest at 43, called me the day after the trial apologizing for not noticing what was happening. Said he should have paid more attention, should have asked more questions. Linda, who's 45, admitted she'd suspected something was off, but didn't want to believe her brother would actually steal from me. I don't blame either of them. Daniel was always good at making things look legitimate. I started baking again. Every morning, just small batches for myself and some of the neighbors. Mrs. Patterson next door gets blueberry muffins on Tuesdays. The Kowalskis get dinner rolls on Fridays. It's not about the money or running a business anymore. It's about the routine, the normalcy of flour and yeast and watching something rise on its own time. You can't rush bread. It takes as long as it takes. Same with justice, I guess. I had Emma help me draft a new will. Most of my estate goes to a local charity that helps elder abuse victims with legal fees. A portion goes to Emma's firm for pro bono work. Marcus and Linda each get a small amount, enough to know I love them, but not enough to fight over. Daniel's name appears once in the document, in a clause that explicitly excludes him and explains exactly why. Emma said I didn't have to include that part, but I wanted it in writing. Daniel has tried reaching out. Phone calls I don't answer. Letters I return unopened. His wife Jessica filed for divorce about a month ago, which I only know because Linda told me. Apparently losing the house and the boat and the lifestyle was too much for her. Can't say I'm surprised. Marcus asked me last week if I thought I'd ever forgive Daniel. I told him forgiveness and trust aren't the same thing, and I wasn't sure I had either left to give. He seemed sad about that, but he understood. Emma stops by most Thursday mornings now for coffee. We've become friends, which is strange given the age gap, but she gets it. She sees cases like mine more often than anyone wants to admit. Adult children who see their aging parents as ATMs or inconvenient obstacles to inheritance. She says what Daniel did wasn't unique, just particularly brazen. I've been working on setting up a scholarship fund in my husband's name, for kids who want to go to culinary school but can't afford it. The paperwork is spread across my kitchen table right now, next to my recipe box and a cooling rack of sourdough. Yesterday I got a voicemail from Daniel. He sounded different, broken maybe. Said he's in therapy, that he understands what he did, that he doesn't expect forgiveness, but wanted me to know he's sorry. I haven't deleted it yet. Haven't called back either. Part of me wonders if people really change or if desperation just makes them better actors. I guess time will tell. For now, I'm just focused on my bread. It's the one thing I know will turn out right if I follow the recipe. Funny how they forgot I used to handle every penny in this family. I'm Margaret, 77, and I've been a widow for 8 months now, since my husband Harold passed from a heart attack. We had 3 kids together. Patricia is 52, David is 49, and Thomas is 45. After the funeral, most people went back to their lives, but Patricia stayed for a few weeks to help me sort things out. She was always the responsible one, the eldest, the one who had her life together. Or at least, that's what I thought. About a month after Harold died, Patricia sat me down at the kitchen table and said I shouldn't have to worry about bills and bank statements at my age. She said she wanted to help manage my finances so I could focus on grieving and taking care of myself. I hesitated, because I've always handled our money, but I was tired. Everything felt heavy back then. So I agreed, and added her as a co-signer on my accounts, just in case of emergencies. For 3 months, everything seemed fine. Patricia would call once a week to check in, tell me she'd paid this bill or that one. I didn't think much of it. I was just trying to get through each day without Harold. Then I got a notice from the bank in the mail. It said my savings account was nearly depleted. I thought it had to be a mistake, maybe fraud or identity theft. I'm not completely hopeless with technology, so I logged into my online banking to check. That's when I saw them. Multiple large transfers, all made by Patricia. They started small, maybe $500 or $1,000. Then they got bigger. $5,000. $15,000. My stomach dropped. This wasn't a mistake. I called Patricia immediately and told her to come over. She showed up an hour later with her boyfriend, Derek, this guy in his early 40s that she'd been seeing for about a year. I put the bank statements on the table in front of her and asked her to explain. She got defensive right away, said I was overreacting. Then she switched tactics and got dismissive. She told me I was being dramatic and that I was too old to understand how money works now. She said she was investing it. I asked her to explain what that meant, and she said her business needed capital, that there had been some setbacks. Her voice got sharp when I kept pushing. That's when she said it, that I was too old to understand. Derek just sat there, looking uncomfortable the whole time. He didn't say a word. Patricia grabbed her purse and stormed out, and he followed her like a puppy. I sat alone in my kitchen for a long time after that. I kept thinking about how I'd trusted her since she was a little girl. I remembered how she'd helped with all my hospital paperwork when Harold died, how she'd seemed so caring and competent. The other kids had barely called since the funeral. I'd felt lucky that at least Patricia was there. Then I looked over at my old filing cabinet in the corner, the one I'd kept from Harold's construction company. My hands were still shaking from the confrontation, but something clicked in my head. Patricia thought I was just Mom, just some old woman who didn't understand. She must have forgotten what I did before I became just Mom. The next morning, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at my kitchen table with coffee and started pulling out my old file boxes. For 40 years, I managed the books for Harold's construction company. We started with 3 employees and had 50 by the time we sold it. I handled everything: payroll, taxes, supplier contracts, bank negotiations. I even did Patricia's first car loan paperwork, her mortgage application, and her business license forms 2 years ago. What she didn't know was that Harold and I had set up a trust about 10 years back, just in case something happened to one of us. The kids knew it existed, but not all the details. I went through my files systematically. I'm old-fashioned, and I keep copies of everything. I found the power of attorney Patricia had signed, the account access forms, all of it. Then I found something else: my own ledger. I've always kept a separate record of my account balances out of habit. Looking back through it, I realized I'd noticed discrepancies weeks ago but dismissed them. I thought I was just confused from grief. I also made some phone calls to mutual friends. Turns out Derek had gambling debts that people knew about. The timeline matched up perfectly with Patricia's withdrawals. Her business itself was barely operational. I'd seen the paperwork when she started it. This whole thing was a front. Monday morning, I went to the bank in person and asked to speak with the branch manager. I've known him for 25 years. I brought all my documentation, transaction records, the access agreement, proof that Patricia had lied to me about what the money was for. He looked sick when he saw everything. He said he was sorry and that they'd handle it immediately. The bank froze Patricia's accounts that day pending investigation. Their legal team filed criminal charges for elder financial abuse. I didn't have to do much after that. The evidence spoke for itself. Then I started making phone calls. I called my church group and told them I needed to share something that had been weighing on me. I called my sister, Harold's brother, and a few cousins. I called the Bridge Club and the community center where Patricia volunteered. I wasn't cruel about it. I just told them what happened, factually, the way you'd report any sad news. I mentioned Derek's gambling because people should know. Patricia called me 3 days later, screaming that I'd ruined her life. She said I was senile and confused, but nobody believed her anymore. Her business partners distanced themselves. Derek left her. She even made a Facebook post trying to defend herself, and the comments tore her apart. A week after that, she showed up at my door with David. He looked uncomfortable, like he was trying to play mediator. Patricia demanded I drop the charges. She was crying and her voice was shaking. I looked at her and said she'd called me too old to understand, that she'd stolen from me after her father died, and that she'd made her choice. She tried to apologize, but it was the kind of apology people give when they're caught, not when they're actually sorry. I closed the door on both of them. David called me later saying I was being too harsh, but he didn't push it. He knew what she'd done. 3 months have passed since the bank froze her accounts. Patricia was formally charged with financial elder abuse. She took a plea deal: restitution, probation, and community service. I got most of my money back, but not all of it. Her business dissolved completely. I heard she had to sell her house to cover the legal fees and what she owed me. David still calls occasionally, but it's awkward. He's trying to stay neutral, caught between his mother and his sister. We talk about the weather and whether I need anything from the store. He doesn't know what to say to me, and I don't help him figure it out. Thomas started visiting every Sunday after everything came out. He brings fresh flowers and groceries, stays for coffee. Last week he told me he always felt like Patricia got preferential treatment growing up, that she was the golden child and he was just the baby nobody took seriously. Then he said he never knew I was this strong. I told him I've always been strong. I just finally stopped protecting people who thought they could take advantage of me. I moved all my money into the trust Harold and I created. Only Thomas knows the full details now, and only because he's the backup trustee in case something happens to me. I'm still living independently in the same house. I'm doing fine, actually better than fine. I started taking watercolor painting classes at the senior center and made some new friends who don't know anything about the drama. Patricia tried reaching out twice through greeting cards, generic ones, the kind you buy at the grocery store. I didn't respond to either. I heard through the grapevine that she moved to a different town and is working retail now. I don't feel guilty about it, and I don't feel satisfied either. It just is what it is. David called last week wanting to have a family meeting. He said Patricia wants to apologize properly, face to face, that she's been in therapy and has really changed. He thinks it would be good for everyone to get closure. I told him I'd think about it, but I haven't decided yet. Part of me wonders if I should hear her out, but the other part remembers how she looked at me when she called me too old to understand. That part remembers how she kept taking and taking until there was almost nothing left. Thomas says I don't owe her anything. He says some things can't be fixed with an apology. Maybe he's right. I was sitting in my kitchen yesterday with Thomas's flowers on the table, looking at Harold's photo on the wall. He used to say I had a spine of steel wrapped in velvet. I spent so many years showing everyone the velvet that they forgot about the steel underneath. Maybe I forgot about it too for a while. Patricia's birthday is next month. She'll be 53. For 52 years, I never missed sending her a card. I don't know if I'll send one this year. I don't know if that would make me weak, or if it would prove I'm bigger than all of this. I don't know if there's any apology that could actually fix what she did, or if some betrayals are just permanent. What I do know is that a new bank statement came in the mail this morning. Everything is in order. The trust is working perfectly. But seeing that envelope still made my stomach clench, even now. Funny how they forgot I used to handle every penny in this family. Even funnier that I'll never forget they forgot. Didn't think an old man could outsmart them, did they? I, 81, never thought I'd be writing this about my two sons, Marcus, 54, and Daniel, 49. But here we are. My wife died about 8 months ago, and before I could even finish sorting through her things, both of them were at my door, insisting I couldn't live alone anymore. They said it was for my safety, that I was too old to manage the house by myself. I believed them, because they were my sons, and what father doesn't want to believe his kids care about him? So I moved in with Marcus 3 months later, packed up 50 years of memories into boxes, and left the house my wife and I bought in 1979. Marcus set me up in his guest room and told me to make myself comfortable. His wife Linda was pleasant enough about it, though I could tell she wasn't thrilled. But I tried to stay out of the way, keep to myself, not be a burden. Everything seemed fine at first. Then about 3 months after I moved in, I went to the ATM to withdraw some cash for a haircut. The machine told me my account balance was $32. I stood there, staring at that screen, thinking there had to be a mistake. My pension deposits twice a month like clockwork, has for 16 years since I retired from my construction business. I called the pension office the next day. The woman on the phone was polite, but confused why I was calling. She told me my benefits were being deposited just fine, had been all along. When I asked where they were going, she put me on hold. Came back and said my mailing address had been changed 2 months prior, and my deposits were being sent to that address. Marcus's address, the one I was currently living at. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. I asked her who authorized the change. She said the request came in by mail with my signature on it, except I never signed anything. That night at dinner, I kept my voice calm and asked Marcus if he knew anything about my pension. He didn't even look up from his plate. Just said he'd been handling it for me since I was getting forgetful. That the money was safe and being used for my care. When I asked to see the statements, he got irritated. Told me I was too old to keep track of these things and that he was managing everything properly. I called Daniel after dinner. Thought maybe he'd see reason, maybe back me up. He just sighed like I was being difficult and said it was for my own good. That I could get scammed or lose everything if I wasn't careful. Said Marcus was doing me a favor. That night I lay in bed in what used to be Marcus's childhood room and realized they actually thought I was senile. That I wouldn't notice or wouldn't care. My own sons were stealing from me and patting themselves on the back for it. I'm not a violent man, never have been. But right then I wanted to break something. Instead, I decided if they wanted to see a confused old man, I'd give them exactly that. I remembered Robert Chen, my old lawyer who helped me build my business back in the 70s. If he was still practicing, he'd know exactly what I needed to do. The next morning, I started playing the part. Asked Marcus what day it was twice at breakfast. Let my sentences trail off mid-thought. Watched him and Daniel exchange looks when I repeated a story I'd told the day before. They thought they were so smart. They had no idea what was coming. 2 days later, I told Marcus I needed to go to the doctor for a checkup. He barely looked up from his phone and said, sure, whatever I needed. He didn't offer to drive me or even ask which doctor. That's how little attention he was actually paying to my well-being. I took an Uber to Robert Chen's office downtown. He's 76 now, but still sharp as ever. When I walked in and explained what my sons had done, he didn't even act surprised. Just shook his head and said, those ungrateful bastards. We've known each other 40 years, so he didn't mince words. We spent 2 hours going over everything I owned. The house was paid off, worth about $480,000. I had $120,000 in savings, my pension, and a small investment portfolio worth another $90,000. Plus my workshop with all my tools, which wasn't worth much money but meant everything to me. Robert laid out the plan. We'd create an irrevocable trust with my granddaughter Emma as the beneficiary and trustee. Close all the joint accounts and open new ones my sons wouldn't know about. Reroute my pension back where it belonged. Transfer the house deed to the trust. He said it would take about 3 weeks to process everything legally. Those 3 weeks were the longest of my life. I kept up the confused old man act, asking the same questions over and over, losing my glasses, forgetting what I'd had for breakfast. Marcus and Daniel started talking about me like I wasn't even in the room. One night I overheard them in the kitchen discussing when they'd sell the house and how they'd split the money. Daniel mentioned getting power of attorney so they could make it all easier. Emma came by one Sunday with her homemade soup and I almost lost it. Almost told her everything. But I pulled myself together and just said she'd always been the smart one, just like her grandmother. She gave me this look like she knew something was up but didn't push it. 4 weeks after that first meeting with Robert, everything was ready. I called a family meeting at Marcus's house and told both sons I wanted to make things official, get my affairs in order. Marcus showed up within the hour. Daniel wasn't far behind. They both tried to hide how excited they were, but I could see it. Marcus even brought his own notary, some friend of his from the golf club. We all sat around the dining room table, and I pulled out a folder with shaking hands. Some of that shaking was real, honestly. I told them I knew they'd been worried about me, and that I'd taken care of everything. Marcus practically lunged for the documents. That's when Robert walked in from the garage where I had had him waiting. He introduced himself as my attorney of record and said these were the actual documents. He opened the folder, and I watched their faces as they read. Trust documents, closed account statements, new will, deed transfer to Emma. Everything already signed, notarized, and filed. Marcus turned red and started shouting about me being manipulated. Daniel was quieter, but his voice was poison when he called Emma a little bitch. Marcus said I wasn't mentally competent to make these decisions. Robert calmly explained I'd been evaluated by 2 doctors as part of the trust requirements, and everything was completely legal. I only said one thing that whole time. Looked at both of them and said, "No, boys. You will. You'll regret this." Daniel threatened to sue. Robert told him to try it. They both stormed out, and Marcus yelled back that I shouldn't expect them to take care of me anymore. Like they ever had. I stayed one more night at Marcus's house because I had nowhere else to go yet. Dinner was silent and tense. Marcus wouldn't even look at me. The next morning, Emma showed up with her husband to get me and my things. Marcus stayed in his study the entire time. Didn't even come out to say goodbye. Emma helped me move into a modest senior apartment paid for through the trust. It's small, but it's mine, and nobody's stealing from me here. That was 3 months ago now. I haven't heard from Marcus or Daniel since that day. Well, that's not entirely true. Daniel sent some bitter texts a few weeks after. Things like, "Hope you're happy, and we were just trying to help." Marcus had his lawyer send a letter threatening to contest the trust, but Robert shut that down pretty quickly. Apparently, they don't have a leg to stand on. Emma comes every Sunday with soup. She makes it the same way her grandmother used to, with too much pepper and lots of carrots. We sit and talk, and she tells me about her kids and work and normal life things. I thought I'd feel guilty about what I did, but mostly I just feel relieved. Sometimes I catch myself expecting to feel worse about it, but then I remember their faces when they thought they'd gotten away with it. That excitement in their eyes when they thought they were about to get everything. The apartment is quiet. I have my routine now. Morning walks when my knees cooperate, coffee shop on Tuesdays, and Emma found me a small workshop space to rent where I can still do my woodworking. It's not the same as my old workshop, but it's something. Emma brings her kids to visit sometimes. My great-grandchildren. They're 4 and 6. Last week, the oldest asked where Uncle Marcus and Papa Daniel were. I didn't know what to tell him, so I just said they were busy. Emma changed the subject quick. But things got complicated last week. Marcus's wife Linda called me. She was crying and said Marcus has been miserable, that he's furious but also ashamed of what he did. She asked if I'd consider talking things out with him, maybe trying to fix things. I told her I'd think about it and hung up. Then, 2 days ago, Daniel's ex-wife called. We've always gotten along even after the divorce. She said Daniel's been drinking more, and that he keeps talking about how he ruined everything. She didn't ask me to forgive him or anything, just wanted me to know. I don't know what to do with any of that information. These were my sons for 54 and 49 years before they became thieves. I changed their diapers and taught them to ride bikes and paid for their college. But I also remember standing in front of that ATM seeing $32. I remember them talking about selling my house like I was already dead. Emma tells me I did the right thing, that I taught her to never underestimate the quiet ones, and that I proved myself right. But she's 26 and still sees things in black and white. I'm 81, and everything's gray now. This morning, Marcus texted me for the first time in 3 months. Just 3 words. Can we talk? The message is still sitting there unread on my phone, and I don't know if I'm going to answer it. Part of me wants to. Part of me never wants to see either of them again.
Funny how family turns into strangers when money's involved. I, 82-year-old widower, thought I knew what family meant until my granddaughter Maya, 28, moved in after my wife passed. Been married to Ruth for 57 years, and when she died about 18 months ago, I didn't know what to do with myself. The house felt too big, too quiet. I was lost. Maya showed up about 2 months after the funeral, said she'd just gone through a bad breakup and lost her job, needed a place to stay for a bit. Told me she wanted to help her grandpa out, that I shouldn't be alone. I thought it was a blessing, honestly. Here was my granddaughter, wanting to take care of me in my old age. Made me feel like maybe I wasn't completely alone in this world. The first few weeks were good. She cooked meals, kept the place clean, actually sat and talked with me. We'd go through old photo albums and she'd ask about Ruth, about our life together. Seemed genuinely interested. I started thinking maybe this arrangement would work out for both of us. Then she started in with the practical stuff. Small suggestions at first. What if I fell and she needed to get money for medical bills? What if there was an emergency and she couldn't access my accounts? Made sense at the time. I'm 82. Things happen. So I added her name to my checking account first, then the savings. Just to be safe, she said. About 3 months in, I noticed the money was going faster than usual. 500 here, 800 there. When I asked, Maya said it was groceries, house repairs, my medications getting more expensive. I tried to check the bank statements but couldn't find them anywhere. She told me she'd filed them away to keep things organized, not to worry about it. Then, one afternoon, I went looking for something in Ruth's jewelry box and found it empty. The necklace I'd given her on our 25th anniversary, her grandmother's ring, all of it gone. My hands were shaking when I confronted Maya in the kitchen that evening. She broke down crying immediately. Said she had debts I didn't know about, terrible mistakes from her past, promised she'd pay everything back. Told me she was so ashamed and didn't want to burden me with her problems. I wanted to believe her. She was family. She was all I had left besides my son, who barely called anymore. The next few weeks, she was extra attentive. Cooked my favorite meals, kept the house spotless, acted like the perfect granddaughter. I thought maybe the confrontation had scared her straight. Then I noticed my pension card was missing from my wallet. I checked the accounts online with help from a neighbor. Nearly $40,000 gone over 8 months. When I confronted Maya this time, she didn't cry. She got angry, started yelling about how I was old and didn't need that much money anyway, how she was young with her whole life ahead of her. Said I should want to help her. That's what grandparents do. I woke up one morning and she was gone, completely cleaned out. Took some of Ruth's clothes, framed photos, whatever small valuables were left. There was a note on the kitchen table that said, "Sorry, Grandpa. I'll pay you back someday. You understand, right?" I sat in that empty house and realized I'd been completely played by my own blood. The girl I'd trusted like a daughter had taken everything and disappeared. I spent the next few weeks barely functioning. Couldn't eat much. Couldn't sleep right. Felt like the biggest fool on earth. My own granddaughter had robbed me blind, and I'd practically handed her the keys to do it. I tried reporting it to the police, but they said since her name was legally on the accounts, there wasn't much they could do. Civil matter, they called it. That stung almost as much as losing the money. Then I called my son, Maya's father, thinking he'd at least believe me. He didn't. Said Maya wouldn't do something like that, suggested maybe I was getting confused in my old age, mixing things up. That hurt worse than all of it. 3 months went by like that. I was barely getting by on what little pension I had left. Robert from church had been checking on me regularly, bringing groceries sometimes, just sitting and talking. Good man. One visit I just broke down and told him everything. He didn't judge, didn't tell me I was stupid, just listened. After I finished, he was quiet for a bit. Then he said something that changed everything. "You still have the house," he told me. "That's something she can't touch." It hit me like a lightning bolt. The house. Ruth and I had paid it off 20 years ago. It was worth something, and more importantly, it was the one thing Maya didn't get her hands on. I started thinking about what I could do with it. Spent the next few weeks researching options, talking quietly with Robert about possibilities. Finally, decided on a plan. I'd sign the house over to Robert with very specific instructions. When I died, he'd sell it and donate every single penny to Riverside Animal Shelter, where Ruth had volunteered for 15 years. Not a cent would go to family. Robert didn't want to accept it at first. Said it was too much responsibility, too much trust. But I insisted. Told him he'd been more family to me in the past few months than my actual blood had been in years. We met with a lawyer, got everything done properly and legally airtight. Kept the whole thing quiet, didn't tell anyone else. 6 months after Maya had disappeared, she showed up at my door. She looked different. Hair professionally done, new clothes, big bright smile, like nothing had ever happened. Started with how much she'd missed me, how sorry she was about everything. Hugged me tight with tears running down her face. But I caught her eyes darting around the house while she talked, taking inventory, looking for changes. She'd brought groceries and immediately started cooking dinner, playing the role of caring granddaughter again. I played along, curious where this was going. After dinner, she finally got to it. Asked if I was thinking about selling the house because she'd heard rumors around town. That's when I understood. Someone must have seen me at the lawyer's office. Word got around like it does in small towns. She wasn't back because she missed me. She was back because she was worried about her inheritance. She went on about learning from her mistakes, deserving a second chance. Then came the entitlement, talking about how the house should stay in the family, how she was my only grandchild. Finally asked me straight out what my plans were for the house, if I'd changed my will. I looked at this stranger, wearing my granddaughter's face, and made a decision. She was going to know exactly what her greed had cost her. Told her to sit down because we needed to have a real conversation about the house. I told her everything. The house was signed over to Robert, complete with instructions to sell it when I died and donate every penny to the animal shelter where Ruth volunteered. Told her about the lawyer visits, the paperwork, all of it. Legal and ironclad. Watching her face change was something I'll never forget. Confusion first, then shock, then pure rage. She actually screamed at me about giving away her inheritance to a shelter, to animals. I stayed calm and told her it stopped being hers the day she stole from me. That's when she really lost it. Started yelling about how I was a senile old man, how she'd earned that money by taking care of me. Threatened to get lawyers, contest everything, prove I was incompetent. Said she'd sue Robert into the ground, that he'd never honor the agreement. I just sat there and let her go off. When she finally ran out of steam, I told her that Ruth loved those animals more than Maya apparently loved her own family. At least the money would do some good. She stormed out and slammed the door so hard one of Ruth's picture frames fell off the wall. Haven't heard from her since. That was 4 months ago. My son called about a week later, furious that I'd written off his daughter. I told him the same thing I told Maya. I didn't write her off. She wrote herself off when she stole from me and left me with nothing. He hung up on me. Haven't talked to him since either. Life's been quieter now. Robert still checks on me twice a week and we play chess. The shelter director actually came by last month to talk about Ruth's legacy there. They'd named one of the cat rooms after her. Didn't even know about the house yet. I felt more peace in that moment than I had in the past 2 years. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I'm being too harsh. Maya's young. People make mistakes. But then I remember her face when she came back. It wasn't remorse I saw. It was calculation. She didn't come back because she loved me or missed me. She came back because she wanted to protect what she thought was hers. That wasn't love. That was greed. The money's gone. Ruth's jewelry is gone. But I managed to protect what was left. Maybe that makes me petty or vindictive. I don't know. But I sleep better knowing that when I'm gone, something good will come from what Ruth and I built together. Got a letter 3 days ago, forwarded from my old address. Maya's handwriting on the envelope. It's been sitting on my kitchen table unopened since it arrived. Robert asked if I was going to read it, but honestly, I don't know if anything she could write would matter at this point. Part of me wants to know if she's actually sorry, if she's genuinely changed. The other part knows that wanting your inheritance back isn't the same as wanting your grandfather back. I've picked it up a few times, held it, put it back down. Maybe some betrayals are just too deep to come back from. Maybe there are lines that once crossed can't be uncrossed. Or maybe I'm wrong, and that letter contains real remorse, real change. But even if it does, even if she's actually sorry now, does that erase what she did?
Does it mean I'm supposed to forgive and forget?
The letter's still there. I'll probably open it eventually. Or maybe I won't. Either way, the house is going to those animals, and there's nothing she can do about it.
Guess who they called useless until my mistake cost them everything? I'm an 81-year-old grandfather, and for the last 3 years since my wife Margaret passed, I've been living alone on the family farm. We were married for 54 years. I've got 3 kids. David is 56, Susan is 53, and Mark is 49. They used to visit regularly when Margaret was alive, but after she died, the only time I'd see them was when they needed money or wanted to check on things. I wasn't stupid. I knew what they were really checking on. It started getting worse about a year ago. They'd show up and I'd catch them whispering in corners, going quiet when I walked into the room. Susan started taking pictures of the house and property, said it was for memories. David asked me about my will twice in the same month, both times trying to sound casual about it. Mark kept suggesting I should think about moving into one of those senior living places, said the farm was too much work for someone my age. The thing is, I wasn't even working it anymore. I'd been leasing most of it to a neighbor for the past 5 years. They knew that. They just wanted me gone so they could sell it. I could see it in their eyes every time they visited. They were waiting, counting down. Probably had the whole thing divided up in their heads already. Then one Tuesday in late March, Mark showed up at the house around 3 in the afternoon. He had a folder full of papers and this urgent look on his face. Said he needed me to sign some routine paperwork for Medicare, something about updates to my health insurance policy. He kept saying it had to be filed by the end of the week or I'd lose coverage. I was tired. I'd been up early that morning dealing with a busted pipe in the barn, and he just kept pushing the papers in front of me, pointing where to sign. So I signed them. All of them. He left pretty quick after that, barely stayed for coffee. About a week later, I got a call from someone at the county recorder's office congratulating me on the property transfer. I didn't know what they were talking about. Thought maybe they had the wrong number or something. But then I requested copies of what I'd signed, and that's when I saw it. Those weren't Medicare papers. I'd signed over ownership of the entire farm, all 240 acres, to my 3 children.
split evenly between them. Turns out they'd already sold half of it. 120 acres to some development company out of Columbus for $2.3 million. They'd done it within days of me signing. I called Mark first. He had this rehearsed speech ready, told me I was getting old and they were just trying to help me manage things. Said I should be grateful they were taking this burden off my shoulders. When I called Susan, she said I wasn't using all that land anyway, so what did it matter? David didn't even bother returning my calls. I sat in my kitchen that night, looking out at the fields my father bought in 1952. The land I'd worked my entire life. The place where I raised my kids, where Margaret and I built everything. And they'd just taken it, forged it right out from under me while pretending to care. But here's the thing they didn't know. 6 months before Margaret died, we had a long conversation about how the kids were acting. And 2 weeks after her funeral, I'd gone to see a lawyer. I need to back up and explain how I was prepared for this, because what happened next won't make sense otherwise. About 3 months before Mark showed up with those papers, Margaret and I had a conversation. She'd noticed the kids acting different, asking questions about our finances they'd never cared about before. She made me promise to protect the farm. Her exact words were, "This land is your legacy, not their lottery ticket." 2 weeks after her funeral, I noticed the questions getting more pointed. Susan asking about property taxes. David wanting to know if the deed was in both our names or just mine. Mark suddenly interested in what the land was worth. So I went to see attorney Patricia Chen. She'd handled Margaret's estate and I trusted her. I told her what was going on and she suggested something Margaret had actually wanted to do years ago, but we never got around to. She added a protective clause to the deed. Any transfer or sale of the property would require my explicit, notarized approval with an independent witness present, plus a mandatory 30-day waiting period. If anyone violated it, the transfer would be void and they'd face fraud penalties. We got it done quietly. Never mentioned it to the kids. Now back to finding out what they'd done. I made a decision right there. I was going to let them think they'd won. I started acting more confused, mixed up their names sometimes, asked them the same questions twice. When they brought more papers for me to sign, permits, tax documents, whatever scheme they were running, I'd sign real slow, ask what each line meant, then forget what they'd just told me. They started getting comfortable, relaxed around me. I overheard Mark on his phone one afternoon saying, "Yeah, the old man's completely gone. This was easier than we thought." Meanwhile, they were spending money like it was already theirs. Susan bought a new Mercedes. David booked some month-long trip to Europe. Mark quit his job, said he was retiring early. Then I found out they'd sold another 40 acres without even telling me. I was down to 80 acres of the original 240. The developer's lawyer came by, asking me to sign additional permits for water and electric. That's when I called attorney Chen and told her it was time. She filed everything at once. Motion to void the transfer, halt all development, fraud charges against all 3 of them. The court issued an immediate stop work order. There were bulldozers sitting idle on my property within 24 hours. My kids showed up at the house 2 days later, all 3 of them together. They were panicking. The developer was threatening to sue them for the money back plus damages. David tried the helping angle again, said they were just looking out for me. Susan was crying, saying I was being cruel and ruining their lives. But Mark, he got angry, called me a senile old fool, said no judge would believe I understood what I was doing. I stayed calm, told them I understood perfectly. Both times I'd signed documents. Then I showed them the protective clause paperwork, dated 2 years earlier, months before Margaret died. The hearing was 10 days later. The judge looked at everything, the original protective clause, the timeline, my medical records showing I was completely competent. The developer testified he'd never even met me, only dealt with my children. The notary, who supposedly witnessed my signature, admitted Mark paid him extra to backdate the documents. The judge voided the entire transfer. Every acre came back to me, and my kids were liable for fraud. The court ordered them to return all the money from the sales. Problem was, they'd already spent most of it. The developer sued them for the full $2.3 million, plus damages and legal fees. They had to sell everything. Susan's house went up for sale within a month. David cashed out his entire retirement account. Mark's new truck got repossessed. Their credit scores are completely destroyed. And there are still criminal fraud charges pending, so they might end up in jail on top of everything else. After it was all settled, I contacted the local agricultural college about their Young Farmers program. Ended up meeting with a co-op of 5 farmers, all in their 20s and 30s, who wanted to farm but couldn't afford land. I'm renting them the full 240 acres at below market rate, with an option to buy eventually. They remind me of myself at that age. Up before dawn, calloused hands, actually care about the work. They've already fixed up the old barn I hadn't touched in years. A couple of them bring their kids by sometimes, and I watch them learn about planting seasons and soil quality. It's been 4 months since the judge's ruling. My kids haven't visited once. David sent one email asking if I'd reconsider and let them out of the debt. I didn't respond. Susan's lawyer sent a letter threatening to sue me for emotional distress or some nonsense. Attorney Chen handled it. Mark changed his phone number entirely. I tried calling once just to see, and it went to some stranger's voicemail. The house is quiet now, but it's different than before. It's not the silence of being ignored while you're still alive. It's peaceful. The young farmers named their operation Margaret's Fields without me even asking them to. They invited me to their harvest dinner next month. Sometimes I wonder if I went too far. Then I remember Mark's face when he was rushing me to sign those papers, how urgent and pushy he was. I remember Susan taking photos of the house like I was already dead, and she was cataloging her inheritance. I remember David not returning my calls when I was upset about what they'd done. Margaret always said to protect what matters. I think she'd be proud. My kids chose money over their father. I chose my land and my principles over my kids. Some people have told me I should forgive them, that family is everything. But they're the ones who broke the family first. I didn't do this to them. They did it to themselves. Attorney Chen says they might try to contest my will when I actually do pass, claim I was manipulated or mentally incompetent. I've already prepared for that. Everything's documented, video recorded, multiple witnesses. The farm is going to a land trust that'll keep it agricultural forever. They won't get a cent. Last week I saw David's car drive past the property real slow. He didn't stop or turn in, just crept by. Susan called from a number I didn't recognize and hung up when I answered. And Mark's wife, who I actually always liked, sent me a card saying she was sorry and didn't know what they were planning. I don't know if they're finally realizing what they lost, or if they're just planning their next move. After everything that's happened, I honestly can't tell which would be worse. That they might actually feel remorse now, or that they're still scheming. Either way, the farm is protected, and that's what matters. I watch the sun rise over fields that are actually being worked again, and that's enough for me. I pretended to forget everything, until the day they lost it all.
I, Martha, 78, have been dealing with my 3 children who think I've lost my mind. There's Linda, 56, my oldest daughter who works in real estate. My son Robert, 53, who runs some kind of consulting business he never quite explains. And my youngest, Patricia, 49, who married well and likes to remind everyone about it. My husband Thomas died 3 years ago, and ever since then my kids have been circling like vultures. The only person who still treats me like a human being is my great-granddaughter, Emma, 19. She's Linda's granddaughter, and she comes by every Tuesday to read to me. 2 weeks ago, I was in my bedroom when I heard Linda and Robert in the kitchen. They thought I was napping. Linda said something about me getting worse, about how I forgot her birthday again. Robert said they needed to start planning, that the house alone was worth over $1 million. Then Patricia's voice came through on speakerphone, talking about facilities and care homes and how much longer I really had. That's when I realized they weren't just worried about me. They were planning for after me. They were counting my money before I was even cold. That's when I decided to give them exactly what they wanted to see. I need to explain how this all started. About 6 months after Thomas died, Linda started helping with my finances. She said it was too confusing for me, that she'd just deposit my pension checks into her account temporarily and give me what I needed. I didn't think much of it then. 3 months after that, Robert visited and took my jewelry box. Said he was putting everything in a safety deposit box at the bank for safekeeping. My mother's engagement ring, my grandmother's pearls, Thomas's gold watch. All gone. And Patricia, well, she started bringing documents every time she visited. Always said it was just updating my will, standard stuff.
But I noticed she always turned the papers away from me when I went to sign them. The day after I heard them in the kitchen, I started playing the part. I let my hands shake when I picked up my coffee cup. I asked Robert his name twice, then called him Thomas. Linda and Patricia looked at each other with this expression I'll never forget. It wasn't concern, it was relief. They were relieved I was forgetting. At dinner that night, with all 3 of them there, I really committed to it. I told the same story twice within 10 minutes. Patricia sighed so loud I thought she'd pass out. She looked at her siblings and said, "This is exactly what we were talking about." I just smiled and apologized, said my memory isn't what it used to be. The next morning, Emma came by for our Tuesday reading. She asked if I was okay, said I seemed off. I almost broke right there, almost told her everything, but I caught myself. That afternoon, I called Thomas's old lawyer, James. He'd handled our estate for 40 years. I told him I needed to see him privately, that something was wrong. He said he'd been wondering when I'd call, that he'd been watching the situation. We set up a meeting for the following week. That phone call was 3 months ago. Now I'm sitting in my chair, listening to them argue about which nursing home has the best amenities, and I can barely keep the smile off my face. Linda's talking about square footage, and Patricia's looking at brochures. Robert just keeps saying we need to move fast, before Mom does something crazy. They have no idea what's coming. Let me back up to that first meeting with James. He came to my house on a Wednesday, a day I knew none of my children would visit. Linda had her open houses, Robert had his standing golf game, and Patricia never came by midweek. James brought a briefcase full of documents, and we sat at my kitchen table for 3 hours. He'd done his homework. Linda had withdrawn $47,000 from my pension account over the past year. Robert had sold my jewelry, and James had connections who traced it to 3 different pawn shops. Patricia had been trying to add her name to the house title for months, forging signatures on documents that never quite made it to filing. James laid it all out and asked what I wanted to do. I told him I wanted to transfer everything to Emma, the house, the land, whatever was left in my accounts. He said we could do it, but it needed to be strategic. We couldn't just move everything overnight or they'd contest it, claim I wasn't competent. So we started building a paper trail. James recorded our conversations, had me do cognitive tests with a doctor he trusted, documented everything that proved my mind was perfectly sharp. 2 weeks after that meeting, I told Emma the truth. She came by for our reading time, and I just couldn't keep lying to her anymore.
I explained everything: the thefts, the plan, what James and I were doing. She didn't believe me at first. She kept saying Grandma Linda wouldn't do that she was always talking about how worried she was about me. I showed her the bank statements James had copied, watched her face change as she realized what her grandmother really was. Emma said she didn't want their money, that she just wanted me. I told her this wasn't about money. This was about teaching them what happens when you treat someone like they're already dead. She agreed to keep coming by like normal, to not let anything slip. 2 months ago, things escalated. Linda brought up selling the house directly, said I didn't need all this space, that they'd found a lovely assisted living facility with activities and nurses. I played confused, asked if this was even my house, said I thought it belonged to Thomas's mother. Robert practically jumped on that, said I didn't even remember where I lived, that we needed to act before I signed something over to a scammer. Patricia pulled out power of attorney documents right there. I signed them with trembling hands, made a big show of how hard it was to hold the pen. Let them have their worthless paper. James and I had already transferred everything a month earlier. Last week was the final straw. They invited me to dinner at Linda's house, said they had something important to discuss. All 3 of them sat me down and presented their united front. They'd decided to sell the house, had already put a deposit down on a memory care room, were handling everything for my own good. Patricia actually said I wouldn't even remember the house in a few months anyway. I told them whatever they thought was best, that I trusted them. Linda patted my hand like I was a child and said, "That's good, Mom. That's really good." That night, I went home and wrote 3 letters, 1 for each of them. Linda's had every pension withdrawal itemized with dates and amounts. Robert's had copies of the pawn shop receipts James obtained, along with photos of my jewelry being sold. Patricia's had all the documents she tried to forge, her signatures next to what my real signature looked like. I ended each letter the same way. I remembered everything. I just wanted to see if you would remember me. I'm writing this now, 2 weeks before I go. Cancer. The real kind, not the kind they invented in their heads. The doctors gave me a month, maybe 6 weeks. I decided to make it to the exact day I wanted, and I did. James had his instructions. Wait 1 week after the funeral, then call them in for the reading. James told me later how the funeral went. Linda cried the loudest. Robert gave some touching eulogy about what a wonderful mother I was. And Patricia posted all over social media about loss and family. Emma was the only one who read the poem I'd picked out. Afterward, they were already talking logistics. Robert asked Linda when she thought they could list the house. She said give it a week, a respectable amount of time. 1 week later, they all showed up at James's office. Patricia brought her husband for support. Emma sat quietly in the corner because James insisted she attend. He started reading the will, got to the part about my children who cared for me in my final years. They were leaning forward in their chairs. Then James said, "I leave you the truth." He handed each of them an envelope, told them the house, the property, and all remaining assets had been transferred to Emma 6 months ago. Linda started screaming, said James manipulated me, that she was going to sue him and contest everything. Robert just went silent and walked out. Patricia turned on Emma, called her a manipulative little witch who'd taken advantage of a dying woman. Emma stood up and said she was the only one who didn't steal from me. James pulled out the bank statements, the jewelry receipts, every piece of evidence we'd compiled. Linda threatened to get lawyers, said I wasn't competent and they'd prove it. James told her he had 3 months of recorded conversations where I discussed current events, did complex math, quoted literature, said I was sharper than all three of them combined. I heard later they're not speaking to each other now, fighting over who's most to blame, whose idea it was to start taking things in the first place. Linda's trying to claim Robert pressured her. Robert says Patricia started it with the documents. It's almost funny. Emma's sitting beside me now, holding my hand. She asked if I regret it. I told her I don't regret protecting what Thomas and I built. I don't regret teaching them the lesson they needed to learn. But I do regret that I had children who made this necessary. She asked what she should do with the house. I said live in it. Fill it with people who remember how to love without keeping score. Then I told her I left one more letter, just for her. She wanted to know what it said, but I told her she'd read it when she needed it. Here's the thing, though. There's something else in that letter. Something about Linda I found out last month. Something about why she really needed all that money. I discovered she has gambling debts. Serious ones. Loan sharks who threatened her family. It's all in the letter I'm leaving for Emma. I don't know if I should have written it down. Part of me thinks Emma deserves to understand why her grandmother became desperate enough to steal from her own mother. But another part thinks it might make everything worse. Might make Emma feel guilty or responsible somehow. I spent months teaching my children that the truth always comes out eventually. Now I'm lying here wondering if some truths should just die with me. The letter's sealed in an envelope with Emma's name on it, sitting in James's safe. I still have time to tell him to destroy it, but I haven't decided yet.
It's strange how the people you feed are the first to bite you. I'm 82 now, and I've survived wars, poverty, and burying most of my friends. But nothing prepared me for what my own granddaughter Sarah, 34, would do to me. Sarah used to spend summers at our house when she was little. My wife would braid her hair while I made pancakes. She called me her favorite person in the world. I actually believed that meant something. When my wife died 6 months ago, the house felt too big. Every room reminded me of her. My son calls maybe once a month if I'm lucky. My daughter lives in Australia with her own family. I get it. People have their own lives. I wasn't expecting anyone to drop everything for me. About 2 months after the funeral, Sarah started coming by. Every weekend at first, then twice a week. She'd bring groceries, cook dinner, clean up the kitchen. Said she wanted to make sure I was eating right and not just living off frozen meals. I thought she was being kind. I thought she actually cared. After a few weeks, she started offering to help with bills. The paperwork was piling up, and honestly, I was having trouble keeping track of everything. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and sometimes I'd pay the same bill twice, or forget one entirely. Sarah said I shouldn't stress about it anymore. She could handle it for me, make sure everything got paid on time. It seemed like a reasonable offer from someone I trusted. I gave her access to my accounts, signed some forms she brought over. She told me it was just so she could do automatic payments and transfers, make things easier for both of us. 3 months into this arrangement, I went to the ATM to withdraw cash for my weekly groceries. The screen said insufficient funds. That didn't make sense. I'd had my pension deposited just 5 days earlier. There should have been plenty in there. I thought it was a bank error. Banks make mistakes sometimes, right? So I drove to the branch and talked to the teller. She pulled up my account and went quiet for a minute. Then she showed me the screen. My pension was being auto-transferred to an account I didn't recognize the day after it hit my checking account. I asked whose account it was. She clicked something and the name popped up. Sarah Mitchell, my granddaughter. I sat in my car in the bank parking lot for 20 minutes. My hands wouldn't stop shaking.
I kept thinking there had to be an explanation. Maybe she set up the wrong account number by accident. Maybe it was temporary for some reason she'd mentioned, and I'd forgotten. When I got home, I started going through every piece of mail from the past 3 months. Bills I thought Sarah had paid, overdue notices, red ink everywhere. The mortgage she said she'd handle, 2 months behind. The electric company had sent a disconnect warning. She hadn't been helping me. She'd been robbing me blind while I thanked her for it and told her what a good granddaughter she was. The next day when she came for her usual visit, I had all the bank statements spread out on the kitchen table. I didn't hide them. She walked in with her keys like always, carrying a bag of groceries, and froze when she saw what was on the table. For a second, she looked like she might run. But she didn't. She just stood there. I asked her how much she'd taken. She tried to deflect, said she could explain. I asked again, "How much?" That's when she said it. She needed the money. I had plenty anyway. I was just sitting here alone. Then she looked me right in the eye and said I wouldn't need much money anyway. I was old. What was I going to do with it? I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just looked at this woman who used to sleep in my guest room and realized I didn't know her at all. I told her to leave. She grabbed her purse and walked out without apologizing, didn't even look back. I didn't sleep for 3 days after that. I kept replaying every conversation, every favor she'd done, wondering how I'd been stupid enough to miss it. When I finally sat down and went through everything properly, the number made me sick. She'd taken over $40,000. My savings account was nearly empty. Most of my pension over 3 months, gone. She'd even tried to access my wife's life insurance payout, but thank God that was in a separate account she couldn't touch. I called my son to tell him what happened. He didn't believe me at first. Said Sarah wouldn't do that. Asked if I was sure I wasn't confused about something. Confused. Like I was some senile old man who couldn't read his own bank statements. That's when I realized I was on my own with this. Then I remembered Frank. We served together in Vietnam back in '68. After the war, he became an accountant. We'd stayed in touch over the years, but I hadn't talked to him in maybe 5 years. I still had his number in my phone, though. He came over the next day with his reading glasses and a legal pad. Took one look at my papers spread across the dining table and said this was fraud, clear as day. Frank's always been straightforward like that. We spent 2 weeks going through everything. Every forged signature on the authorization forms, every unauthorized transfer, every bill she'd let go unpaid while funneling my money into her account. Frank documented all of it, made copies, organized it into a file that actually made sense. Meanwhile, Sarah started calling, texting, showing up at my door at random hours, saying she made a mistake, that she'd pay it back, that we could work something out. Frank told me not to answer, not to engage at all. Honestly, I had nothing left to say to her anyway. Frank helped me file a police report. Then we contacted a lawyer who specialized in elder abuse cases. I hated that term, elder abuse, but that's what they called it. The lawyer said I had an extremely strong case. The police actually took it seriously. I was worried they'd brush it off, tell me it was a family matter. But the detective assigned to it said financial exploitation of elderly people was more common than anyone wanted to admit. They got subpoenas for Sarah's bank records. That's when things got really ugly. Turns out she'd been spending my money on luxury items, designer handbags, a new car, paid in cash, weekend trips to resorts. There were receipts for a $3,000 purse. Meanwhile, I'd been eating canned soup and day-old bread, trying to stretch what little cash I had left. Her employer found out about the investigation. She worked at some financial planning firm downtown. They fired her immediately. You can't have someone managing other people's money when they're under investigation for stealing from their own grandfather. Within 4 months of me filing that first police report, everything came crashing down on her. She was formally charged with financial elder abuse and fraud. The evidence Frank and I had gathered made it impossible for her to deny anything. Her lawyer probably told her fighting it would only make things worse, because she ended up pleading guilty. She got 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and was ordered to pay back every penny with interest. They also flagged her record, which meant good luck ever getting another job in finance or anything involving money. The day the verdict came in, she showed up at my house crying, begging me to say I forgave her, that it was all a misunderstanding. I told her she made her choices, and now she had to live with them. She called me cruel, said I'd ruined her life. I didn't say anything else. I just closed the door. My son stopped calling for a while after the sentencing. He thought I was too harsh, said she was young and made a mistake. I told him $40,000 isn't a mistake. It's a calculated decision made over and over again for 3 months. He didn't have much to say after that. Some other relatives stopped talking to me too. A couple of cousins, Sarah's mom, my daughter-in-law. They said I should have handled it privately, that I didn't need to involve the police and ruin her career, like she didn't ruin her own career by stealing from an old man. But I guess it's easier to blame me than admit someone they love is capable of that. I don't regret it. Not for a second. People keep waiting for me to feel guilty or say I went too far. I sleep fine at night. These days I keep to myself. I wake up at 6, make coffee, and feed the stray cats that hang around my porch. There's this orange tabby that reminds me of a cat my wife used to feed. I leave out dry food and water. They don't expect anything else from me, and I like that. I talk to my wife's photo sometimes. It's on the mantel in the living room, same spot it's been since the funeral. I tell her about my day, about what happened with Sarah, ask her what she thinks about all this. She probably would have wanted me to forgive Sarah. She was always softer than me. But she's not here, and I have to make my own choices now. The house is still too quiet, but it's a different kind of quiet now. It's peaceful instead of painful. I'm not waiting for anyone to visit or call. I'm not wondering if someone's lying to me. Frank helped me secure all my accounts after everything was settled. Set up new passwords, new security questions, the whole thing. Everything's in order now. I've got enough to live on, and no one has access to anything except me. I don't let people help me anymore. When neighbors offer to grab something from the store for me, or my son suggests hiring someone to help around the house, I say no. I don't need it. Don't want it. I can manage on my own. I used to think family meant something, that blood made people loyal, made them care about you. Now I know it's just a word people use when they want something from you, when it's convenient. People at church ask me about Sarah sometimes. They heard what happened. Small community. Everyone knows everything. They say things like, family is complicated, or, I'm sure she's learned her lesson. I just nod. I don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting myself. The money's being paid back. Slowly. $30 a week from her paychecks, which apparently come from some retail job now. At that rate, it'll take years. I'll probably be dead before I see all of it. But that's not really the point anymore. Last week I got a letter from Sarah. I haven't opened it yet. It's sitting on my kitchen counter next to the sugar bowl. Been there for 6 days now. I pick it up sometimes, feel the weight of it. Wonder what she wrote. If it's an apology or an excuse, or her asking for something else. Part of me wants to read it. Part of me wants to throw it away without looking. Frank says I should burn it. My son says I should at least see what she has to say. I don't know what the right answer is. Maybe some bridges are meant to stay burned. Or maybe I'm just a bitter old man who can't let things go. I'll decide eventually. Or maybe I won't. Maybe that letter will just sit there until I'm gone, and someone else can deal with it. Looking back, I should have known my own blood would bleed me dry.
I'm Margaret, 79, and I've spent the last year learning a lesson that should have been obvious from the start. I have 3 sons. Robert is 52, Thomas is 49, and David is 45. My husband Gerald passed away about 18 months ago, after we'd been married for 50 years. I'm a retired school teacher, and between my pension and the rental property we owned, I was doing fine financially. Gerald and I had always been careful with money, saving what we could, never living beyond our means. After the funeral, my sons started coming around more. At first I thought it was sweet. I'd lost my partner, and they were checking on me, making sure I was eating, asking about my day. Robert would stop by on Sundays. Thomas called twice a week. David brought his kids over for dinner every Friday. For the first time in years, my house felt full again. I actually felt grateful that grief had brought us closer together. About 2 months after Gerald died, all 3 of them showed up at my house on a Tuesday afternoon. They said they needed to talk to me about something important. We sat in my living room, and Robert did most of the talking, which wasn't unusual, since he's the oldest and always acted like the man in charge. He said they'd been worried about me managing everything alone. The bills, the investments, the rental property. They didn't want me to stress about money during such a difficult time. Thomas jumped in and said Dad would have wanted them to take care of me. David nodded along and mentioned how confusing financial stuff could get, especially at my age. I should have been insulted by that comment, but instead I felt proud. I actually sat there thinking I'd raised 3 responsible men who cared about their mother's well-being. They suggested I give them access to my accounts, so they could help manage things. Robert even brought papers from the bank already filled out. All I had to do was sign.
They made it sound so reasonable, so loving. What kind of mother doesn't trust her own sons? So I signed. We went to the bank together the next day, all 4 of us. The banker gave me this look I didn't understand at the time, but I was too focused on feeling secure and cared for to pay attention. The first month, I noticed small withdrawals here and there, nothing alarming. When I asked Robert about it, he said it was for maintaining the rental property. Thomas mentioned something about quarterly tax payments. I didn't push because I didn't want to seem like I didn't trust them. Second month, the amounts got bigger. 5,000 here, 8,000 there. I started feeling uneasy but told myself they knew what they were doing. They'd explain it all eventually. Robert said something about a home repair I didn't remember authorizing. Thomas claimed there were emergency medical bills for one of the grandkids. David talked about an investment opportunity that would double my money. Then I logged into my account one morning and saw that $40,000 had disappeared in a single week. 40,000. I sat at my kitchen table staring at the screen until my coffee went cold. My hands were shaking when I printed out the statements. 3 months of withdrawals. Different amounts, different days, but it was all there in black and white. I called all 3 of them and told them to come over immediately. Emergency family meeting, no excuses. As I waited for them to arrive, I spread those bank statements across my dining room table. The same table where we'd had every Christmas dinner, every birthday celebration, every family gathering for decades. They showed up within an hour, which should have told me something right there. All 3 of them walked in looking nervous, not concerned. There's a difference. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I just pointed at the statements spread across the table and asked them to explain. The room went quiet for about 10 seconds, and then all hell broke loose. Robert immediately turned to Thomas and asked what he'd done with the business venture money. Thomas's face went red, and he shot back that at least he wasn't the one who took Mom's money to the Caribbean with his girlfriend. That's how I found out Robert was cheating on his wife, by the way. David tried to play peacemaker for about 30 seconds before Thomas turned on him and brought up the boat. The brand new fishing boat David had just bought and posted all over Facebook. I sat there watching my 3 sons scream at each other in my dining room, and the strangest thing happened. I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just this cold clarity. They weren't even looking at me anymore. They were too busy pointing fingers, calling each other thieves and liars, throwing out accusations about who took what and when. When I finally got them to shut up, I told them I wanted the money back. All of it. Robert laughed. Actually laughed. He said it was already spent, and what did I expect them to do about it? Thomas at least had the decency to look ashamed.
Looking back, I should have known my own blood would bleed me dry. I'm Margaret, 79, and I've spent the last year learning a lesson that should have been obvious from the start. I have 3 sons. Robert is 52, Thomas is 49, and David is 45. My husband Gerald passed away about 18 months ago, after we'd been married for 50 years. I'm a retired school teacher, and between my pension and the rental property we owned, I was doing fine financially. Gerald and I had always been careful with money, saving what we could, never living beyond our means. After the funeral, my sons started coming around more. At first I thought it was sweet. I'd lost my partner, and they were checking on me, making sure I was eating, asking about my day. Robert would stop by on Sundays. Thomas called twice a week. David brought his kids over for dinner every Friday. For the first time in years, my house felt full again. I actually felt grateful that grief had brought us closer together. About 2 months after Gerald died, all 3 of them showed up at my house on a Tuesday afternoon. They said they needed to talk to me about something important. We sat in my living room, and Robert did most of the talking, which wasn't unusual, since he's the oldest and always acted like the man in charge. He said they'd been worried about me managing everything alone. The bills, the investments, the rental property. They didn't want me to stress about money during such a difficult time. Thomas jumped in and said Dad would have wanted them to take care of me. David nodded along and mentioned how confusing financial stuff could get, especially at my age. I should have been insulted by that comment, but instead I felt proud. I actually sat there thinking I'd raised 3 responsible men who cared about their mother's well-being. They suggested I give them access to my accounts, so they could help manage things. Robert even brought papers from the bank already filled out. All I had to do was sign.
They made it sound so reasonable, so loving. What kind of mother doesn't trust her own sons? So I signed. We went to the bank together the next day, all 4 of us. The banker gave me this look I didn't understand at the time, but I was too focused on feeling secure and cared for to pay attention. The first month, I noticed small withdrawals here and there, nothing alarming. When I asked Robert about it, he said it was for maintaining the rental property. Thomas mentioned something about quarterly tax payments. I didn't push because I didn't want to seem like I didn't trust them. Second month, the amounts got bigger. 5,000 here, 8,000 there. I started feeling uneasy but told myself they knew what they were doing. They'd explain it all eventually. Robert said something about a home repair I didn't remember authorizing. Thomas claimed there were emergency medical bills for one of the grandkids. David talked about an investment opportunity that would double my money. Then I logged into my account one morning and saw that $40,000 had disappeared in a single week. 40,000. I sat at my kitchen table staring at the screen until my coffee went cold. My hands were shaking when I printed out the statements. 3 months of withdrawals. Different amounts, different days, but it was all there in black and white. I called all 3 of them and told them to come over immediately. Emergency family meeting, no excuses. As I waited for them to arrive, I spread those bank statements across my dining room table. The same table where we'd had every Christmas dinner, every birthday celebration, every family gathering for decades. They showed up within an hour, which should have told me something right there. All three of them walked in looking nervous, not concerned. There's a difference. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I just pointed at the statements spread across the table and asked them to explain. The room went quiet for about 10 seconds, and then all hell broke loose. Robert immediately turned to Thomas and asked what he'd done with the business venture money. Thomas's face went red, and he shot back that at least he wasn't the one who took Mom's money to the Caribbean with his girlfriend. That's how I found out Robert was cheating on his wife, by the way. David tried to play peacemaker for about 30 seconds before Thomas turned on him and brought up the boat. The brand new fishing boat David had just bought and posted all over Facebook. I sat there watching my three sons scream at each other in my dining room, and the strangest thing happened. I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just this cold clarity. They weren't even looking at me anymore. They were too busy pointing fingers, calling each other thieves and liars, throwing out accusations about who took what and when. When I finally got them to shut up, I told them I wanted the money back. All of it. Robert laughed. Actually laughed. He said it was already spent, and what did I expect them to do about it? Thomas at least had the decency to look ashamed, but then he mumbled something about how I was going to leave it all to them eventually anyway when I died. That's when Robert said it. The thing I'll never forget. He looked me right in the eye and said I was being dramatic, that this was going to be their inheritance anyway, so what did it matter if they got it now or later? I asked them how much was gone. They got quiet again. After some back and forth, we figured out it was close to $180,000. 3 months. They'd burned through. Never thought I'd bury my family before my death. But I did. Metaphorically. I, 84. Never imagined my own daughter Rachel, 52, and her husband Tom, 55, would be the ones to destroy me. Not with words. Not with neglect, but with calculated theft disguised as love. My husband died 6 months ago. We'd been married 60 years, built our whole life together in the house we bought in 1965. The funeral was on a Tuesday, and by Friday, Rachel was at my door with suitcases and a speech about how I couldn't possibly live alone anymore. She said it was for my safety. She said she was worried. She said all the right things that a concerned daughter should say, and I was too grief-stricken to see through any of it. I agreed to stay with her temporarily, just until I got my bearings, just until the fog of losing my husband lifted a bit. 2 weeks later, I was moved into their house. Not the guest suite she'd promised. A tiny room at the back of the house, barely big enough for a bed and a dresser. My things were in storage, she said, for safekeeping. She wouldn't tell me where. 3 weeks into living there, I overheard Rachel and Tom talking in the kitchen. I'd gotten up for water and heard Tom say something about the house money coming through faster than expected. I stood there in the hallway, confused, because my house hadn't been sold. At least, I didn't think it had been. The next morning, I found a property tax bill that had been forwarded to Rachel's address. My address, my house, but the owner listed was Rachel Morrison. Not me. Not my name. I confronted her immediately. She barely looked up from her coffee. Said they'd had me sign the transfer papers, that I was grieving and probably didn't remember. Tom nodded along like this was perfectly normal. But I didn't remember signing anything. Nothing. Not a single conversation about selling or transferring the house my husband and I built together. That's when things started happening fast. Furniture I'd asked about would be gone. Rachel showed me photos of what was supposedly in storage, but each week there'd be less. She called it downsizing. Said I didn't need all that stuff anymore, that I'd agreed to sell it. My wedding china showed up on Facebook Marketplace. I only knew because a friend from church sent me a screenshot asking if I was okay. Rachel said I'd told her to sell it. I hadn't. Tom started controlling when I could leave the house. Suddenly, every errand required his approval. Every phone call was monitored. He took my cell phone to upgrade it and never gave it back. They made me feel like I was losing my mind, like my memory was failing, like I couldn't trust myself anymore. My granddaughter Emma came to visit one afternoon. She's 23, Rachel's daughter, and we'd always been close. But that day she was different. Cold. Wouldn't look me in the eye. Stayed for maybe 20 minutes and left. I thought maybe Rachel had told her lies about me too. But later that night, I got a text on the old flip phone I'd hidden in my room. It was from Emma. All it said was that she needed to show me something and not to tell her mom. She sent a screenshot. My wedding ring. The one my husband saved for a year to buy back in 1963. The one I wore every single day for 60 years. Listed on eBay for $3,200. Something broke inside me right then. Not heartbreak. That had already happened. This was clarity. Pure, cold clarity. My daughter hadn't just stolen my house and my things. She'd sold the symbol of the only love I'd ever trusted. And in that moment, I stopped being a grieving old woman and became something else entirely. I couldn't sleep that night. My mind kept spinning, but for the first time in months, it wasn't grief keeping me awake. It was strategy. I remembered my friend Dorothy from church. Her son James had become a lawyer, retired now, but still sharp as ever. The next day, I waited until Rachel left for work. She'd taken my cell phone but forgotten about the landline in the back room. I called Dorothy, and everything came spilling out. The house, the forged signature, my wedding ring on eBay. She didn't ask questions, didn't tell me I must be mistaken. She just said she'd have James call me back within the hour. He did. Said he'd come by as an old family friend, just checking in. No reason to alert Rachel and Tom yet. When he arrived that afternoon, Tom answered the door and bought the whole act. James spent an hour with me going through everything I could remember. The timeline, the documents, all of it. He took photos of the property tax bill with his phone and left, promising to look into it. 2 days later, James came back. He'd pulled the transfer deed from county records and brought a handwriting expert with him, someone who owed him a favor. The expert took one look at the signature on those papers and told me it wasn't even a good forgery. Said whoever did it didn't even try to match my actual signature properly. James said what they did was elder abuse and fraud. Said he'd handle it pro bono because cases like this made him sick. We started documenting everything. Every item they'd sold, every lie they'd told, every way they'd isolated me. Emma became our secret ally, sending screenshots of every single thing her mother had listed online. Furniture, jewelry, family heirlooms, all of it. That's when we found out they'd sold my house for $380,000. The house I owned outright, no mortgage, completely paid off. They'd already spent $90,000 of it on a boat and a vacation to Europe. And somehow, they'd even taken out a mortgage against my house. Against a house they'd stolen from me. James filed a motion to reverse the property transfer. Filed a criminal complaint for fraud and elder abuse. We had a court date within 3 weeks,
and we didn't tell Rachel any of it. The judge took one look at the evidence and called it one of the clearest cases of elder exploitation she'd seen in years. She signed an emergency order reversing the transfer and issued an eviction notice for Rachel and Tom. The sheriff showed up on a Tuesday morning. I was in my room and heard the knock. Heard Rachel's voice getting louder, more panicked. She kept saying there must be a mistake, that this was her house, that her mother was senile and someone was taking advantage of me. Then she was pounding on my door, screaming about what I'd done. I opened it and looked her right in the eye. Told her I remembered my signature just fine, and that wasn't it on those papers. She called me ungrateful, called me a liar, said I was losing my mind and turning everyone against her. Tom tried threatening to fight it, said they'd sue, said they'd prove I was incompetent. I stayed calm, told them my lawyer had already filed criminal charges and they could leave now or wait for handcuffs. The look on Rachel's face when she realized I'd been 3 steps ahead of her the whole time, that I wasn't the confused old woman she thought she could manipulate. That might have been the most satisfying moment of this whole nightmare. They had 48 hours to get out per the court order. And just like that, I'd taken back everything they thought they'd stolen. They were gone within 48 hours. Left the house absolutely trashed out of spite. Broken picture frames, stains on the carpet, holes in the walls. But it was mine again, and that's all that mattered. Emma showed up the day after they left with cleaning supplies and tears streaming down her face. She apologized over and over for not seeing it sooner. Said her mother had been telling the whole family I was losing my mind, that I didn't remember things, that I needed to be protected from myself. Rachel had been laying the groundwork to discredit me long before I ever caught on. James helped me recover what money he could. About $120,000 was still sitting in their account, untouched. The rest was gone, spent on their boat, their vacation, God knows what else. But I didn't care about the money anymore. I had my house back. I had my dignity back. We found some of my furniture in their garage when they moved out. The rest had been sold and was gone forever. My wedding ring never turned up. Emma gave me her grandmother's ring from her dad's side instead. It's not the same, but she gave it out of love, and that means something. Rachel and Tom took a plea bargain to avoid jail time, probation, restitution payments, and a restraining order. They're paying me back $500 a month, which at their rate will take about 20 years. I'll probably be dead before I see all of it, but watching them pay is worth more than the money itself. Rachel tried contacting me through relatives, sent messages saying she needed to explain, that I didn't understand the full story, that she was trying to help me. I didn't respond to any of it. What explanation could possibly matter? That was 6 months ago. I'm living alone in my house now. Emma visits every Sunday and brings her girlfriend. Dorothy comes for tea on Wednesdays. The house is quiet, but it's my quiet, my choice. I found the photo albums Rachel had thrown out. They were in the garage under a tarp. Spent the last week going through 60 years of memories, organizing them properly. Rachel sent a letter last week. I didn't open it. Put it in a drawer with all the court documents and the police reports. Some people ask if I'll forgive her eventually, if time will heal this. My answer is always the same. I already buried her the same week she sold my ring. The daughter I raised died the moment she chose my money over my dignity. The woman who shares my DNA is a stranger, and I'm not interested in getting to know her. Emma asked me yesterday if I'm lonely. I told her I spent 60 years with a man who treasured me, raised a child I thought would protect me, and now I'm surrounded by people who actually care. I've known loneliness, and this isn't it. Still, some nights I sit in the living room and wonder what turned Rachel into someone I don't recognize. Was it money?
Resentment I never saw. Something I did or didn't do as a mother. I'll probably never know. Yesterday, Emma mentioned that Rachel's been asking about me again. Says she seems different now, maybe remorseful. Emma asked if I'd ever consider talking to her. I told her I'd think about it. But honestly, I don't know if some graves are meant to stay buried, even the metaphorical ones.
The day I rewrote my will, I made sure they'd finally feel what greed really costs. I'm 79 years old, and my husband Eduardo passed away 2 years ago. We were married for 54 years. We built everything from nothing: our farm, our house, our savings. We raised 3 kids together: Roberto, 52, Carmen, 49, and Lucia, 45. I also have 5 grandchildren, but the only one who matters in this story is Miguel, 28, Roberto's son. When Eduardo died, I was a mess. I couldn't think straight for weeks. Roberto showed up to the funeral and immediately started talking about how I shouldn't worry about finances, how he'd handle everything for me. He said I was too old to deal with bills and paperwork, that I'd get confused. My daughters agreed with him. Carmen told me it made sense, that I shouldn't stress myself out. So I said yes. I gave Roberto access to my bank accounts. I signed whatever papers he put in front of me, because I trusted him. That was 8 months ago. About 3 months after the funeral, I started noticing things didn't add up. Roberto would tell me the electric bill was 8,000 pesos, when I knew it was never more than 3,000. He said my medications were getting more expensive, but when I called the pharmacy myself, they told me the prices hadn't changed. I didn't say anything. I just acted confused and old, like they apparently thought I was. But I started paying attention. Then one afternoon, Miguel came to visit. He's the only one who visits me regularly, not just on holidays or when he needs something. He comes because he actually wants to see me. He brings me pan de sal from the bakery I like, and sits with me for hours talking about his job as a teacher. That day, he drove up in his beat-up old car like always. But when I looked out the window, I saw a brand new silver SUV parked across the street. I asked Miguel whose car it was. He looked confused and said it was his dad's new car, that Roberto bought it last month. My chest tightened. 2 weeks before that, Roberto had told me he needed to withdraw 300,000 pesos from my savings for urgent home repairs and medical bills. I'd signed the withdrawal slip because he said we had no choice. He bought a car with my money, with Eduardo's money. The money we saved by waking up at 4 a.m. to work our farm, by skipping meals during bad years, by wearing old shoes until they fell apart. I didn't tell Miguel anything. I just smiled and changed the subject. But that night, I went through every bank statement I could find. Roberto had organized them in a drawer in my room, probably hoping I'd never look. The numbers made me sick. In 8 months, over 800,000 pesos had been withdrawn from my accounts, all with my signatures. Signatures I gave because I trusted my own son. The next morning, I called Carmen. I thought maybe she didn't know, that she'd help me confront Roberto. She told me I was probably reading the statements wrong, that numbers confused me sometimes. I reminded her I taught her arithmetic when she was 6 years old. She sighed and said Roberto was handling everything, that he knew what he was doing, that I was getting worked up over nothing. I called Lucia next. Same thing. She told me not to create problems, that Roberto was doing me a favor. That's when I understood. They all knew. Maybe not the exact amounts, but they knew Roberto was stealing from me, and they didn't care.
They were defending him. I sat in my kitchen staring at Eduardo's empty chair. I could almost hear him telling me not to let them do this to me, so I decided I wasn't going to. 2 days later, I took a tricycle to town without telling anyone. I went to see Attorney Reyes, our family lawyer. When I sat down in his office, I told him I needed to change my will. All of it. Attorney Reyes looked at me for a long moment after I told him everything. He asked if I was sure about this, that these were my children. I told him I was sure about what they'd done to me, that they saw me as a wallet with a pulse, and that the only person who treated me like I was still human was Miguel. He nodded and said we'd do this properly. We spent the next month working on it. I'd sneak into town whenever I could, always with some excuse ready if anyone asked. I'd say I was buying vegetables at the market or visiting an old friend at church. Addie Reyes helped me document everything. We gathered all my bank statements and made copies of every suspicious withdrawal. I wrote down dates, amounts, and what Roberto had told me each time. Addie Reyes said if my children tried to contest the will, this documentation would prove I was of sound mind and had clear reasons for my decisions. Then came the harder part. I still owned 3 hectares of land, the farm Eduardo and I had worked our whole lives. I'd always planned to split it between my 3 children. But now I wanted to sell 1 hectare and set up a trust for Miguel with that money, plus what was left in my savings. I wanted it structured so Roberto couldn't touch it, so none of them could contest it. Addie Reyes said it was possible, but warned me that if I sold land now, they'd know something was happening. I told him I'd say I needed the money for medical expenses. They'd been saying I was so expensive to take care of anyway. Let them believe their own lies. I found a buyer through Addie Reyes and sold 1 hectare for 450,000 pesos. When Roberto found out, he was furious. He asked why I didn't tell him, that he could have negotiated a better price. I put on my most tired, confused face and said I needed money for my checkups, that he kept saying how expensive everything was. He couldn't argue with that without admitting what he'd really been doing. He just pressed his lips together and told me to let him know next time. The money went straight into a separate account Roberto didn't know about. Addie Reyes helped me set up the trust. Miguel would receive everything when I died. The remaining 2 hectares would also go to him. As for Roberto, Carmen, and Lucia, I left each of them exactly 1 peso. But the money wasn't enough. I needed them to understand why. I told Attorney Reyes I wanted to write letters, to be opened when the will was read. He handed me paper and a pen. I wrote 3 letters. For Roberto, I listed every withdrawal, every lie, every time he'd looked me in the eye and stolen from me while pretending to care. For Carmen and Lucia, I wrote about their silence, their choice to side with their brother instead of their mother. Then I wrote 1 final letter to be read to all of them together. I told them this was the price of their greed, that they'd treated me like I was already dead, like I was just an obstacle between them and money, that they'd forgotten I was their mother, that Miguel remembered because he loved me, not because he wanted something from me. I wrote that when they read this, I'd be gone, but I'd die knowing at least 1 person I raised turned out to be a good man. As for the rest of them, they'd have to live with what they'd done. I sealed the letters and gave them to Attorney Reyes with instructions. Everything was ready. The papers were signed. The trust was established. Now all I had to do was wait. That was 4 months ago. I'm still here, still alive, still watching them pretend to care. Roberto visits every Sunday now. He brings groceries I didn't ask for and talks loudly like I'm deaf. He's started asking about my plans for the remaining land,
saying if I ever need more money, we could sell another piece, that he knows some buyers. I bet he does. Carmen calls every few days asking how I'm feeling, if I'm taking my medicines, if I need anything. Always the same questions, never really listening to the answers. Last month was my birthday. She sent flowers but didn't visit. Lucia is the worst because she tries the hardest to seem genuine. She comes over once a month with her kids,
My grandchildren who barely know me because she only brings them around when she wants something. Last time she asked if I'd thought about estate planning. She actually used those words, like I'm a corporation and not their mother. Miguel still comes every week. He doesn't know about the will yet. I couldn't tell him, couldn't risk it getting back to his father. But I watch how gentle he is when he helps me in the garden, how patient when I tell him the same stories about his Lolo. He never rushes me. He never checks his phone while I'm talking. Last week, he brought his girlfriend to meet me. A sweet girl, a nurse. They held hands under the table and looked at each other like Eduardo and I used to. After they left, I cried. Not from sadness, but from relief that at least one good thing came from my family. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. These are still my children. I carried them, raised them, loved them. But then I remember Roberto's new car. I remember Carmen's dismissive voice on the phone. I remember Lucia telling me to stop creating problems. I remember feeling invisible in my own life. Addy Reyes calls every month to check in. He always asks if I'm still certain. I always tell him I'm more certain every day. I don't know how much time I have left. Could be months, could be years. My health isn't terrible. High blood pressure, some arthritis, the usual problems of being almost 80. But I'm tired. I'm ready to see Eduardo again. When that day comes, I imagine Roberto, Carmen, and Lucia sitting in Addy Reyes's office, dressed in black, waiting to hear how they'll split their inheritance. I imagine their faces when he opens the will. The confusion, then the anger. Will they feel guilty? Will they understand? Or will they just be angry at me even in death? I don't know, and I'm not sure I care anymore. This isn't really about punishing them. It's about protecting what Eduardo and I built. It's about making sure our legacy goes to someone who deserves it. Miguel deserves it. Last night I sat in my kitchen in front of Eduardo's empty chair. I talked to him like I do sometimes, telling him about my day, about Miguel's visit. I asked him if I did the right thing. The house was quiet, but somehow I felt like he answered me, like he was saying what he always said when I doubted myself, that I've never been wrong about people. So I'm waiting, living my life, tending my garden, enjoying Miguel's visits, and watching my other children pretend to love me while they circle like vultures. The papers are signed. The letters are written. The trust is established. Now it's just a matter of time. When I close my eyes for the last time, I'll do it with a clear conscience. I protected the one person who deserved protecting. And maybe they'll learn that you can't take advantage of someone just because they're old. Even old women can still bite back. The day they tried to sell my farm without me was the day I stopped being their father. I'm Robert, 86 years old, and I've been working this land since before my sons Michael, 58, and Thomas, 54, were even born. My wife Sarah and I bought the first 100 acres back in 1962, and we spent the next 40 years building it into something real. 3 generations of sweat and blood in this soil. I thought my boys understood that. I really did. After Sarah died 2 years ago, Michael and Thomas started coming around more. At first I thought they were just checking on me, making sure the old man wasn't falling apart without his wife. They'd talk about upgrades to the barn, modernizing the irrigation system, Maybe getting some new equipment. I didn't think much of it. Sons helping their father. Normal stuff. Then one Tuesday afternoon in late spring, they showed up with a stranger. Some guy in a polo shirt and khakis carrying a tablet. Michael introduced him as a real estate agent. Said they wanted to get the property assessed, just to know what we were working with. The guy started walking through my house like he owned it, taking pictures, measuring rooms, talking about square footage and market comparables. I stood there in my own kitchen feeling like I was watching something happen to someone else. They were all smiles. Thomas kept saying this was a great opportunity, that I could finally relax, enjoy my retirement. Michael talked about how much the land was worth, how I could live comfortably anywhere I wanted. The real estate agent nodded along, professional and efficient, like this was already decided. Then the agent said something that made my blood stop. He mentioned the proposal I'd signed, said we were just working out final details now. I told him I never signed anything. He looked confused, pulled out some paperwork from his folder. There was my name at the bottom, but the signature was wrong. Too neat. The R was all wrong. I've been signing my name for 86 years, and I know what it looks like. Michael jumped in immediately. Told me we'd talked about this last month, that I probably just forgot. Use that tone you use with children. Thomas backed him up, said it was normal to not remember everything at my age, that this was all for my own good. I asked them to leave. Said I needed to look over the documents myself. The real estate agent seemed relieved to go. My sons hesitated, but I just stood there, holding that forged paper until they walked out. After they left, I sat at the kitchen table for 3 hours. Just sat there, looking at that signature. It was definitely supposed to be mine, but it wasn't. Someone had traced it, or copied it, or just practiced until they got it close enough. And my sons had watched it happen. Maybe even did it themselves. I taught these boys to write their names at this very table. Michael was 6. Thomas was 3. I held their hands and guided them through each letter. That night I didn't sleep. But I did make a phone call to Jim, my lawyer. He's been handling my affairs since 1983. Helped me buy the last section of land. Wrote up Sarah's will. I told him what happened. He said he'd be at my house first thing in the morning. I spent the rest of that night sitting on the porch, watching the fields in the dark, trying to figure out when exactly I'd lost my sons. Jim showed up at 7 in the morning with coffee and a briefcase. He looked at the forged document for maybe 30 seconds before he said it was fraud, plain and simple. Asked me if I wanted to press charges. I told him no. I didn't want revenge. I just wanted to make sure they could never do this again. We spent the next week setting everything up. Jim drew up an irrevocable trust and transferred all the farm property into it. I stayed on as the sole trustee, meaning I controlled everything while I was alive. But after I died, it would all go to a land conservation group. The whole thing. Every acre. Michael and Thomas would get nothing. Jim also helped me gather evidence. Bank statements showing I was still sharp enough to manage my own finances. Medical records from my doctor confirming I was competent. Statements from neighbors who could verify I was of sound mind. We built a case showing that the forged signature wasn't some confused old man making mistakes. It was theft. Then we filed for a restraining order, 500 feet from the property. Jim said it might not stick long term, but it would send a message. The whole process took 8 days. 8 days of paperwork and notaries and making sure everything was airtight. I didn't hear from Michael or Thomas during any of it. I guess they thought they'd already won. They came back the following Tuesday, same time as before. No real estate agent this time, just the two of them, with a folder full of contracts. They walked in like they owned the place. Thomas was talking about closing the deal, about buyers who were willing to pay top dollar. Michael said I could move into a nice facility somewhere, have people taking care of me, live easy for however many years I had left. I just handed them the folder Jim had prepared. They got quiet while they read. Michael's face went completely white. Thomas kept flipping pages like he was looking for the part where this was a joke. Thomas asked what this was. His voice was shaking. I told them. That was proof they'd forged my signature. That was the new trust deed showing they owned nothing here. And that was a restraining order keeping them 500 feet from my property. Michael lost it. Started yelling about how I couldn't do this, how they were my sons, how this was their inheritance. Said I was being manipulated by my lawyer, that I wasn't thinking clearly, that they were just trying to help me. I stayed calm. Told them they'd tried to sell my legacy out from under me. Told them they didn't belong to it anymore. Thomas tried apologizing then, said they were just worried about me, that they thought I couldn't handle things on my own, that they never meant to hurt me. His eyes were wet, and he looked like the kid who used to cry when I had to discipline him. I cut him off, told him they'd thought I was too old and stupid to notice what they were doing, told them both to leave before I called the sheriff. Michael grabbed Thomas by the arm and pulled him toward the door. Thomas looked back once, but Michael kept him moving. I watched from the porch as they got in Michael's truck and drove away. That was the last time I saw either of them. That was 6 months ago. My mornings are quiet now. I sit on the porch with my coffee and watch the sun come up over the fields. The farm runs fine with the crew I hired. They know what they're doing and they don't try to sell anything out from under me. It's peaceful. Painfully peaceful. The conservation group sent some people out last month to talk about plans for after I'm gone. They were respectful, excited even, kept talking about my legacy and how important it was to preserve this land. They meant well. But hearing strangers talk about what happens after you die is strange. Makes it all feel very real and very final. I think about the boys more than I want to admit. Not the men who showed up with that real estate agent, but the kids they used to be. Michael learning to drive the tractor when he was 12, so proud of himself. Thomas helping me mend fences every summer, complaining the whole time but always showing up. Sarah making lunch for all of us and bringing it out to wherever we were working. I wonder what she'd think about all this. She always said I was too hard on them, that I expected too much. Maybe she was right. Maybe I spent so much time teaching them about the land that I forgot to teach them why it mattered. Or maybe they just turned out different than we hoped. There's a letter on my kitchen table from Thomas. Came about 3 weeks after they left. I haven't opened it. Some days I think I will. Most days I just leave it there. A truck drove past the property line real slow last week. Might have been Michael's. Might not have been. It didn't stop. The loneliness hits at weird times. Not in the mornings when I'm busy, but in the evenings when I'm making dinner for one. When something breaks and I fix it myself instead of calling one of the boys. When I see families at the feed store and realize mine doesn't exist anymore. I keep asking myself if I did the right thing. They forged my signature. They treated me like I was already senile. They were going to sell half this farm without my permission. Those are facts. But I also know I chose the land over my sons. I chose to make sure this place survived instead of trying to fix what was broken between us. Some nights I think about calling Jim and asking if there's a way to undo some of it. Not all of it, but maybe enough to leave the door open. Then I remember Michael's face when that real estate agent was here. How eager he looked. How they'd already spent the money in their heads before they'd even stolen it. The land will outlive all of us. That's what I keep telling myself. In 100 years, none of this will matter, except that these fields are still here. My sons made their choice when they forged that signature. I made mine when I protected what 3 generations built. I just wish protecting what I loved didn't have to mean losing the last family I had. I wish I knew if they were already gone the moment they decided I was too old to matter, or if I'm the one who pushed them away for good. I guess I'll never really know. They laughed when I said I'd leave nothing behind. Now they finally understand I meant it. I'm Harold, 79 years old, widower and grandfather of 4. My wife Margaret died 6 years ago, and since then, I've been trying to keep this family together. I have 2 sons, Richard, 52, and Michael, 47, plus 4 grandchildren. Sarah's the oldest at 28. I helped Richard buy his first house back in the day, paid for family holidays, hosted dinners every Sunday for years. I thought that's what you did. Keep everyone close. About 2 months ago, Richard called asking for money for his daughter's wedding. $20,000. Said it casually, like he was asking to borrow a lawnmower. That's when I started keeping track. I pulled out old phone records, looked at the dates. The pattern was clear. They called when they needed something: a car repair, help with a mortgage payment, tuition money. But call just to talk? Maybe twice a year, and even then it felt obligatory. The Sunday dinners I used to host went from 8 people to 4, then to 2, then to just me setting out food nobody came to eat. The holidays I paid for turned into everyone showing up late and leaving early. My sons had excuses: work, kids' sports, traffic, always something. 3 months ago, I fell in my house and messed up my hip badly. Couldn't get up for almost an hour before I managed to crawl to the phone. Spent 4 days in the hospital. I called everyone. Richard said he was swamped at work and that I'd be fine since I was already at the hospital. Michael asked if the hospital was taking care of me, like that was enough. Sarah sent a text with a heart emoji. That was it. The only person who visited was Mrs. Chen, my neighbor. She brought me magazines and sat with me for 2 hours talking about nothing important. She didn't owe me anything. My own family couldn't spare an afternoon. The doctor told me recovery at my age could be unpredictable. I heard him mention it to Richard during one of his finally obligatory phone calls. I wasn't dying, just old and hurt. But somehow, word got around that maybe I didn't have much time left. I'm pretty sure Richard told everyone I was worse off than I was. Suddenly, everyone showed up. Daily phone calls, visits with concerned faces, and homemade meals they'd clearly picked up from the store. Michael walked through my house looking at everything differently. Richard kept asking how I was feeling in this overly careful voice. The fakeness of it made my skin crawl. Then Sarah came over with soup and sat down at my kitchen table. She did this whole routine about how she'd been worried about me, how she wanted to help more. Then she said it. "Grandpa, have you thought about who's managing your accounts? Just in case you need help. I could take that off your plate." The next day, Michael stopped by. He walked around the house, looked at the walls, the floors, touched the banister like he was appraising it. "This place is worth a fortune now, Dad. We should really talk about what happens when you're not able to manage it anymore. Have you thought about that?" I didn't say anything, just nodded along. But something clicked in my head. They weren't here for me. They were here for what I'd leave behind. That night, I called my real estate agent. They wanted to plan my funeral. I had other plans. I wasn't angry when I did it. I was clear-headed for the first time in years. I sat down and made a list of everything I actually had. The house was paid off, worth about $580,000 in this market. I had some savings, a small pension. That was it. The funny thing is, They all thought I was sitting on way more than I actually had. I listed the house quietly and told my agent to keep it confidential. It took 2 months to sell, but I wasn't in a hurry. During those 2 months, my family kept circling. Richard asked to borrow $15,000 for some business investment. Sarah brought over power of attorney paperwork one afternoon, said it was just good to have ready in case of emergencies. Michael sat me down and suggested I move to a care home, said he'd handle selling the house and managing everything for me. I just nodded and gave non-committal answers, played along. The only person who knew what I was doing was Mrs. Chen. Her son Tommy is 16. His parents struggled with addiction for years, and I'd been helping raise him since he was 8. Tutoring, school supplies, that kind of thing. He started calling me Gramps a few years back. When the house sold, I had to figure out where the money would go. The local hospice took care of Margaret in her final weeks. They never charged me extra, treated her with real dignity when she was dying. The Veterans Charity helped me navigate VA benefits when I came back from Vietnam, and nobody else gave a damn. These people had actually been there. So I split $400,000 between them, $200 each. Another $150,000 went into a trust for Tommy's education. Kid deserved a real shot. I kept $30,000 for myself and moved into a small 1-bedroom apartment near the hospice center. My family planned a meeting at my house without telling me it was happening. They still thought I lived there. Richard wanted to discuss long-term care options. I showed up and said it plainly. I don't live here anymore. The house is sold. You could hear a pin drop. Michael asked what I meant. I told them the money was gone, donated and set aside for someone who needed it. Sarah said I couldn't be serious, that the money was their inheritance. Richard wanted to know what I'd done, said they'd had plans. Michael called me insane and said they needed to contest it. I looked at all of them and said, you can't steal what was never promised, and you can't inherit what you never earned. Richard brought up the down payment I gave him 25 years ago, like that made us even. I asked him where he was when I needed a son. Sarah started crying, said she really did care. I asked where she was when I was in the hospital. Nobody answered that. Michael threatened to call a lawyer. I told him to go ahead, that everything was legal and done. I walked out and left them standing in that empty house. That night I sat in my new apartment, and Mrs. Chen brought over tea. She asked if I was okay. I didn't know how to answer. The silence after they left felt different than the silence before, but I couldn't figure out yet if it was better or worse. 3 weeks went by with nothing. Then Richard sent a formal letter through a lawyer exploring options to challenge the donations. My lawyer wrote back explaining everything was done while I was of sound mind, properly documented and legal. The case went nowhere. After that, more silence. Michael blocked my number. Sarah sent one text that said, I hope you're happy now. The other grandchildren tried to stay neutral at first, but gave up when their parents pressured them. One of them, Emma, who's 24, sent me a card that said she didn't understand everything but hoped I was okay. I didn't respond. Couldn't tell if she meant it or if it was another angle. My routine now is simple. I volunteer at the hospice twice a week, have coffee with Mrs. Chen and Tommy most mornings, go to a veterans group on Thursdays. I read more, walk more, sleep better than I have in years. The irony isn't lost on me that I'm healthier now than I was before the fall. The people around me actually want to be there. Tommy showed me his report card last week, all B's, and he was so proud of himself. He calls me Gramps without anyone telling him to. These small moments hit different. But late at night, I still wonder. Last week I saw a father with his adult son at the coffee shop, both of them laughing about something. Made me think about what I could have done differently. If I gave up too easily or held on too long. I remember teaching Richard to ride a bike when he was 6. I remember Sarah's college graduation when she hugged me and actually meant it. There were good moments. I know there were. Sometimes I worry I'm forgetting them because the pain is louder. My 80th birthday came and went. No calls from my sons. Emma sent another card, just a card with no visit. Mrs. Chen and Tommy threw me a small party at my apartment. Tommy made me a card himself that said, "Happy birthday, Gramps. Thanks for believing in me." I cried but didn't tell them why. People ask if I regret it. I don't regret helping people who genuinely needed it. Don't regret supporting Tommy's future or donating to places that actually mattered. What I do regret is that it came to this at all. That's the part that keeps me up. I wonder if my sons will ever understand, or if they'll just stay angry forever. I wonder if I was right, or if I just became as bitter as they made me feel. The thing about burning bridges is you get to see who tries to rebuild them. So far, nobody's even looking for the wood. Last week, I got a voicemail from Richard. His voice was shaking. He said they needed to talk. Not about the money, about something else. Asked if I could call him back. I've saved that message and listened to it 6 times now. Haven't called back yet. I keep reaching for the phone and then putting it down. Maybe he means it. Maybe it's another angle. Or maybe I'm just too scared to find out which one it is. That voicemail is still there, waiting. And so am I. They said I was too old to understand what they were doing, so I let them find out the hard way. I'm a 77-year-old grandfather, and I've spent the last 6 months playing the fool, while my son David, 48, and his wife Monica, 45, tried to steal my house out from under me. I know how that sounds, like I'm paranoid or bitter, or one of those old people who thinks everyone's out to get them. But I'm not. I built this house with my own 2 hands 40 years ago. Worked construction my whole life. Paid off every loan. And when my wife Ruth died 18 months ago, I thought the hardest part of my life was over. Turns out I was wrong. David and Monica moved in 8 months ago. They said it was temporary, just until I got back on my feet after losing Ruth. 52 years of marriage doesn't end easy, and I was grateful for the company at first. We had family dinners, watched TV together in the evenings. For a few weeks, it almost felt normal again. I have 3 grandchildren. Emma's 24, Jake's 22, and Sophie just turned 8. Back then, they all visited regularly. But around month 2, things started changing. Small things at first. My recliner disappeared into the basement one day. Monica said it was too worn out for the living room. Then she redecorated without asking. New curtains and throw pillows everywhere. When I mentioned it, she patted my hand and said she was just freshening things up. David started suggesting I move to the guest room downstairs, because the stairs to the master bedroom were dangerous. I told him I'd been climbing those stairs for 4 decades and didn't plan to stop now. Then my documents started disappearing. Old property deeds, bank statements, things I kept in my desk drawer. I asked Monica about them, and she said she'd organized them somewhere safe. I didn't push it. I was still grieving, wasn't thinking clearly about much of anything. That's when I noticed how they talked to me. Slower, louder, like I was a child or couldn't understand basic sentences. David started making comments about my memory, whether I was sure I remembered things right. They took over handling my mail, said they didn't want me stressed about bills. My credit card got declined at the hardware store one afternoon. Turns out Monica had consolidated my accounts without telling me. 3 months ago, on a Tuesday night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. I heard voices downstairs in the kitchen, and figured David and Monica were just having tea. But when I got to the top of the stairs, I heard my name. I stopped. Monica was talking about moving faster, something about me writing a new will. David said I barely remembered what day it was anymore. Then Monica said they needed to get the property transferred before I went completely senile. That way it wouldn't matter what I remembered. She actually laughed. Said David's sisters wouldn't contest it because they never visited anyway. I stood there with my hand gripping the railing, not breathing. These were the people I'd welcomed into my home, the son I'd raised, and they were talking about me like I was already gone. I went back to bed, didn't sleep the rest of the night. Just lay there in the dark in the room I'd shared with Ruth, staring at the ceiling, realizing my own son wasn't just waiting for me to die. He was planning to take everything before I even had the chance. The next morning, I sat at breakfast and watched them act completely normal. Monica made my oatmeal. David asked if I slept well. I said fine, and decided right then I needed to be smart about this. Confronting them would just make things worse. They'd gaslight me, tell me I misheard or imagined it, so I gave them exactly what they wanted: a confused old man. Over the next 8 weeks, I started acting more forgetful. Asked what day it was. Lost my glasses when they were on my head. David and Monica would exchange these little looks, like they were satisfied everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, I was calling my lawyer Frank from the payphone at the hardware store because they'd started monitoring my cell phone. Frank and I have known each other 30 years. I told him what I'd overheard and he said we needed to move carefully. Turns out, David and Monica had been pressuring my doctor to diagnose me with dementia. My doctor refused, so they'd been looking for a new one. Frank said we needed to document everything: my mental competency, my wishes, all of it. I started sneaking out during my afternoon walks to meet him at his office. We drafted a new will, leaving everything to Emma and Sophie. Jake had stopped visiting by then, clearly taking his parents' side. We set up an irrevocable trust with Frank as trustee. He even had me do a cognitive assessment and video testimony just to cover all the bases. The genius part was the fake transfer papers. Frank created documents that looked exactly like what David and Monica would expect, but they were actually just updates to my trust that explicitly removed them as beneficiaries. Last week, David came home with papers from his lawyer friend. He was excited, talking about simple estate planning to protect me. He explained real slow that putting the house in their name now would keep the government from taking it if I needed care. I pretended to struggle reading the documents, asked simple questions, watched him lie right to my face about protecting me. 3 days ago, they set up a signing at the house with their lawyer. I acted confused, kept asking what I was signing. Monica got impatient, said they'd explained it 4 times already. Their lawyer looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. While I was fumbling around looking for my reading glasses, I switched their papers with Frank's. They were too confident I was out of it to check carefully. I signed the documents that cut them out of everything. This morning, I was in my workshop when I heard a car in the driveway. I looked out and saw David, Monica, and a woman with a clipboard, a realtor. My stomach dropped even though I knew this was coming. They walked into my house without knocking. The realtor started talking about listing prices and great bones. Then David noticed me standing there and barely looked my way. Just told me this was Karen, and she was going to help them sell the house. Said not to worry. They'd find me a nice facility. Monica added something about people my own age. I stayed calm. Told Karen I was sorry she wasted her time, but the house wasn't for sale. David started to say I'd signed papers. I interrupted him. Told him I signed documents, just not his. Then I pulled out the folder from my workshop drawer and handed him the updated will and trust documents. Gave Monica Frank's business card. David's face went completely white. Monica grabbed the papers and started reading, her voice getting louder. She called me a manipulative old man, asked if I'd been playing them this whole time. I told her I was just protecting what was mine. David tried saying they'd been taking care of me. I said they'd been taking care of themselves. The realtor left. Monica was crying angry tears, calling Sophie a brat. David said I'd regret this when I actually needed help, asked who'd take care of me then. I told him anyone but them. That was 4 days ago. David and Monica moved out within 24 hours. They took furniture they'd bought and left the house a mess, but I didn't care. I spent 2 days cleaning and putting my things back where they belonged. Moved back into the master bedroom. Found old photos of Ruth they'd boxed up and put them back on the mantel where they've always been. David's sister called me the next day, furious. Said I drove David away and destroyed the family. She hadn't visited in 2 years but suddenly cared about family unity. Jake sent one text saying what I did was messed up and that his dad was just trying to help. I didn't respond to either of them. Emma came by with Sophie yesterday, brought groceries and asked if I was okay. I actually broke down a little. First time I'd cried since Ruth died. Sophie hugged me and asked if she could have the blue room for sleepovers. That moment made everything worth it. Now I'm back to my routine. Morning coffee on the porch, working in my workshop, weekly dinners with Emma and Sophie. The house feels like mine again. But it's also emptier. I won't lie about that. Sometimes I wonder if there was another way to handle it. Maybe if I'd confronted them earlier, before it got so bad. But then I remember Monica laughing that night in the kitchen, saying I barely remembered what day it was. They weren't going to listen to reason. I'm sitting in my workshop right now building a dollhouse for Sophie's birthday, using the same tools I used to build this house 40 years ago. I keep thinking about legacy and what it actually means. Not just property, but values. What did I teach David that made him think this was okay? Where did it go wrong? Ruth would have been heartbroken, but she also would have protected what we built together. Emma suggested I get a medical alert system just in case. I agreed, not because I need monitoring, but because it makes sense at my age. I think about mortality differently now. I won't live forever, but I'll live on my own terms. When I die, this house will go to Emma and Sophie, and they'll actually appreciate it. They'll remember me as someone who loved them, not as an obstacle in the way of an inheritance. Some people might think I was cruel, that I should have just talked to David and given him a chance. But they weren't planning to talk. They were planning to have me declared incompetent. They were willing to erase my autonomy for money. Still, late at night I think about David as a boy, building birdhouses together in this same workshop, teaching him how to use a level. I don't know where that kid went. I have my house, my peace, and 2 grandchildren who visit because they want to. Most days that feels like enough. Emma uses David's old bedroom now when she stays over. Sometimes I look at it and wonder if I burned a bridge I should have tried to repair. He's still my son. But he tried to take everything. Maybe I taught him that trust, once broken, can never be earned back. Maybe that's the real punishment for both of us. I guess I'll die not knowing if I did the right thing. They thought I was too old to notice, but I made sure they lost everything they stole from me. I'm Rosa, 79, a widow and grandmother of 3. My husband passed away 6 months ago, and honestly, I was still figuring out how to live without him when everything else fell apart. We'd been married for 54 years. He handled most of the finances, not because I couldn't, but because that's just how we divided things. So when my eldest son, Miguel, 52, offered to help manage my money after the funeral, I thought it was sweet, thoughtful even. He said it would be easier for me, that I shouldn't have to worry about bills and investments while I was grieving. I have 2 other children. My daughter Sophia, 48, lives in Singapore with her family, and Miguel's daughter Anna, my granddaughter, is 24 and just started her career here in Manila. Miguel was always the responsible one growing up, the one who got good grades, landed a stable job, took care of things. So yeah, I trusted him completely. For over 2 years, I let him handle everything. He'd come by once a month, have me sign some papers, tell me everything was fine. I believed him because why wouldn't I? He's my son. Then one afternoon in July, my electricity got cut off. It was so hot that day, and suddenly everything just went dark. No fan, no TV, nothing. I figured it was a brownout at first, but my neighbor's lights were still on. I called Miguel, but he didn't pick up. I tried 3 more times. Nothing. About an hour later, my bank called. Something about overdraft fees on my checking account. I told them there must be some mistake because I had plenty of money in there. The woman on the phone was polite but firm. "No, ma'am. Your account is overdrawn by 15,000 pesos. My hands started shaking. That didn't make sense. My husband's pension still came in monthly. We had savings. I'd been careful my whole life. Miguel finally called back around dinner time. He sounded annoyed that I'd called so many times. I told him about the electricity in the bank, and he just sighed like I was being a burden. He said it was probably just a system error, a mix-up with automatic payments. Told me not to worry. He'd sort it out in the morning. His tone was so dismissive, like I was a confused child bothering him about nothing. That tone bothered me more than the overdraft. The next day, I went looking for my bank statements. Miguel usually kept them organized for me, but I found a stack in the drawer of my desk. I started going through them, and my stomach dropped. Large withdrawals every month. Some labeled maintenance fees and investment management fees. Others said property tax and emergency repairs. The amounts seemed high, too high. Then I checked my savings account statement, the one that had 2.3 million pesos when my husband died. It was down to 187,000 pesos. I had to sit down. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. When Miguel came by that evening to fix the electricity issue, I asked him about some of the withdrawals. I kept my voice sweet and confused, like I genuinely didn't understand. He got defensive immediately. Told me I didn't understand how these things worked, that investments have fees, that managing money costs money. Then he patted my hand and said, "Mama, you're just confused. Everything's fine. Trust me." That condescending pat on my hand made my blood boil. But I smiled. I nodded. I thanked him for explaining. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that bank statement, about his tone, about how quickly he'd gotten defensive. And I realized something. He thought I was too old and too stupid to figure it out. He thought he could just keep taking, and I'd never notice. I remembered my friend Teresa from church. Her husband Ramon is a lawyer. I decided right then that I'd call her in the morning. Miguel wanted to treat me like a confused old woman? Fine, I'd give him exactly what he expected, while I figured out what he'd really done. Over the next 2 months, I became a woman on a mission. I met with attorney Ramon Cruz 3 times. The first meeting, I brought every statement and document I could find. Ramon went through everything page by page, and I watched his face get grimmer with each one. He showed me the pattern. Systematic withdrawals over 28 months, forged signatures on checks I never signed. He said this wasn't just family drama. This was elder financial abuse, and it was a criminal offense. The total? Miguel had stolen approximately 2.1 million pesos from me. I kept playing my part perfectly. Every time Miguel visited, I acted grateful and confused. I'd ask him simple questions about my accounts, and he'd give me these elaborate explanations that made no sense. I smiled and nodded and said thank you. Meanwhile, Ramon was helping me request official bank records and building a case that would hold up in court. The bank records showed me exactly where my money went. Miguel bought his girlfriend a car. He purchased a vacation property in Batangas. He had gambling debts that he paid off with my savings. Every discovery made me angrier, but I kept that anger locked away. I couldn't let him see it yet. One afternoon, my granddaughter Anna came to visit. She seemed worried about me, kept asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. I asked her some careful questions about Miguel, and she let slip that he'd been telling the family I was losing my mind, that I was confused about money and getting paranoid. He was setting up his defense before I'd even confronted him. I decided to trust Anna. I told her everything. She cried. She was horrified. Then she got angry in a way that reminded me of myself. She agreed to help me gather more evidence, to be my witness to everything Miguel said and did. Ramon told me to wait until we had everything documented, so I gave Miguel one final test. I asked him about a large withdrawal labeled emergency property repair for 200,000 pesos. He didn't miss a beat. Told me the roof on my late husband's old office building needed replacing. Gave me all these details about contractors and materials. The thing is, my husband sold that building 15 years ago. Miguel knew that. He was banking on me not remembering. That was it. That was proof of intent to defraud. 3 weeks later, on a Tuesday morning, I called a family meeting at my house. Miguel showed up looking confident, probably thinking I needed more help with something. Sophia joined by video call from Singapore. Anna was there in person, sitting beside me. I started calmly. I said I wanted to discuss my finances with the family. Miguel's face twitched, but he tried to maintain control. Then I pulled out the folder with all the evidence. Every statement, every forged signature, every lie. Miguel went pale, like actually pale. I told him I knew everything, every peso he'd stolen. He tried to lie at first, stumbled through some excuse about investments. Then he tried to blame the bank, some assistant, anyone but himself. Then he started begging. Sophia was crying on the video call. Anna had her hand on my shoulder. I stayed calm. I told him I'd already filed a police report 2 weeks ago, that Attorney Cruz was handling the criminal case, that his access to all my accounts had been revoked. Miguel exploded. He called me names I won't repeat, said he deserved that money for taking care of me, for dealing with me all these years. His real self came out right there in my living room. Then I told him about the will, how I'd changed it. Everything goes to a women's shelter and to Anna now. He's cut out completely. He threatened to fight it, to contest everything. Then he stormed out, slamming my door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. Anna helped me pick it up. My hands weren't even shaking anymore. I just felt cold and clear and certain that I'd done the right thing. In the days after the confrontation, Miguel's wife called me every single day. She begged me to drop the charges, said I was destroying their family, that their kids would suffer. I told her Miguel should have thought about that before he stole from his own mother. Some of my relatives sided with Miguel. They said I was being too harsh, that family should forgive family. Others supported me. It split our family right down the middle. Anna moved in with me for a few weeks. She said she wanted to make sure I was okay, but I think she also needed distance from her father. Sophia booked a flight home and stayed for 2 weeks. Having them there helped more than I expected. Over the next 4 months, the legal process moved forward. Miguel was formally charged with elder financial abuse and fraud. I cooperated fully with the investigation, gave them everything Ramon and I had documented. That's when I found out something that made my blood run cold.
Miguel had done this before. He'd stolen from 2 elderly clients at his job. His company had quietly let him go months earlier, but never pressed charges. They didn't want the bad publicity. He lost everything after that. His reputation, his career, whatever respect people had for him. One evening, about 5 months after everything came out, Miguel showed up at my door. He looked terrible. Thinner, older, beaten down. I almost didn't let him in, but something made me open the door. He tried to apologize, said he'd pay everything back, that he'd made mistakes, that he was sorry. He cried. Actually cried right there in my living room. I let him finish. Then I said the words I'd been holding on to since that day my electricity got cut off. I told him he wanted my money more than my love, and now he'd have neither. He completely broke down. Part of me wanted to comfort him, because that's what mothers do. But I didn't. I couldn't.
I walked to the door and opened it. He left without another word. Now, 6 months after everything came out, things have settled into a new normal. Miguel took a plea deal, 3 years in prison, and he has to repay everything he stole. So far, I've recovered about 40% of my money. Ramon says I'll probably get most of it back eventually, but it'll take time. I've learned to manage my own finances again. Turns out, I'm not as confused as Miguel thought I was. I started attending a support group for elder abuse victims. Hearing other people's stories made me realize how common this is. How many families go through this exact thing. I volunteer at the women's shelter I named in my will now. It gives me purpose. Anna and I are closer than ever. Sophia visits every few months, and we video call weekly. Some family members still don't talk to me. They think I went too far. Some days I wonder if they're right. Miguel's parole hearing is in 6 months. He's written me letters from prison, 5 so far. I haven't opened any of them. They're sitting in a drawer in my desk, right where I found those bank statements. Anna asked me last week if I'll ever forgive him. I told her honestly that I don't know. People keep telling me I did the right thing, that I'm brave, that I'm an inspiration. But late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that little boy I raised, the one who used to bring me flowers from the garden. And I wonder where that person went. I wonder if I could have done something different. If there was a moment I missed where I could have stopped all this before it started. But then I remember that condescending pat on my hand, that tone in his voice, the way he called me confused. And I know that even if I'm not sure about forgiveness, I'm absolutely sure about one thing. I refused to be a victim. And whether or not that makes me a good mother, it definitely makes me a survivor. They thought my mind was slipping, so I let them think that until I took everything back. I'm 84 years old, and up until 6 months ago, I thought my daughter Linda, 56, and her husband Derek, 58, moved in to help me after I broke my hip. I'd been living in the same house for 40 years, managed my own finances since my husband died 15 years ago, paid every bill on time. I was a school teacher for 33 years. My mind has always been sharp, even if my body's slowing down. It started with the glasses. I misplaced my reading glasses twice in 1 week, left them in the bathroom once, in the kitchen the other time. Normal stuff. But Linda and Derek started exchanging these looks. You know the kind. The concerned spouse glance that says everything without saying anything. Then I overheard them one night in the kitchen. I'd gotten up for water and heard Linda whisper something about early signs and whether they should talk to someone. Derek said something about stepping in soon. I went back to bed and figured they were just overreacting. Kids worry about their parents. It's normal. 2 weeks later, Linda started helping with my mail. She'd bring it in and sort through it at the kitchen table, asking if I wanted her to handle the bills since I shouldn't stress about that stuff. I thought it was nice at first. Helpful. I let her take care of a few things. But then I noticed she'd take some mail straight to her room without showing me. When I asked about it, she'd say it was just junk or she'd already handled it. 3 months into them living here, I went looking for my property tax statement. I always keep it in my filing cabinet in the study, but it wasn't there. I checked twice. Then I did something I'm not proud of. I went into Linda's room while they were out getting groceries. There was a folder on her desk labeled Mom's Accounts. Inside were utility bills, insurance statements, property tax forms. Everything had been transferred into Linda and Derek's names. Under those were printed emails between the two of them. One from Linda said something about getting everything in order before I got worse. Derek's response talked about the power of attorney and how once they had that, they could start thinking about selling. He wrote that the house was worth at least $800,000. I heard their car in the driveway and put everything back exactly how I found it. My hands were shaking. When they came in with groceries, Linda asked if I was okay. I said I was just tired and went to take a nap. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay there realizing my own daughter wasn't helping me. She was positioning herself to take over everything I'd spent my whole life building. The next morning at breakfast, Linda brought up power of attorney. Said maybe it was time to talk about it, just in case. Derek added that it was just a safety net, nothing to worry about. I looked at both of them and smiled, playing confused. Asked if that was something I really needed to worry about now. That's when I decided. If they wanted a helpless old woman, I'd give them exactly that, right up until the moment I took everything back. For the next 2 months, I became the grandmother they expected. I started forgetting things on purpose, left lights on in rooms I'd left, asked what day it was even though I knew. Told the same stories twice in one conversation. I'd put my tea down and then wander around looking for it. Linda would find it and give Derek that look again, the one that said, "See, I told you." I even pretended to forget my medications a few times, though I took them in secret later. They bought every bit of it. They got more confident, started talking openly about finances in front of me like I wasn't even there. Linda would show me paperwork and I'd squint at it, act confused about what it meant. I never signed anything, just said I didn't understand and needed time to think about it. They stopped being careful. What they didn't know was that the day after I found those documents, I'd made a phone call. Sarah is 35, took over her father's law practice after he retired. Her dad was my lawyer for 20 years, helped me update my will after my husband died, handled property stuff. Sarah's known me since she was a kid. She knows I'm sharp. I met her at her office while Linda thought I was at my senior exercise class. Showed her everything I'd photographed on my phone. Yes, I know how to use a phone camera. Sarah looked through it all and said this was financial exploitation. We needed to act fast. Over those 2 months, we built a case. Sarah filed paperwork to contest any transfers made without proper authority. Set up new bank accounts Linda didn't know about. We transferred assets, rewrote my entire will, everything going to the local library, the women's shelter, and my late sister's grandchildren, Emma and James. They actually visit me. They call. Sarah also set up medical directives and made herself my power of attorney, not family. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon. Linda and Derek sat me down with power of attorney papers already filled out. Linda slid them across the table and told me to just sign here, that it was standard stuff. I acted confused, squinted at the papers and asked if I should read all of it. Derek said not to worry. Their lawyer had looked at it already. I signed with a shaky hand, but made the signature slightly wrong. It would never hold up legally. 1 week later, Linda got a call from the county office. Their power of attorney was rejected. Another one was already on file. All those utility transfers, the insurance, the property tax, everything flagged and reversed. Linda stormed into the living room where I was pretending to nap. She was yelling about what I'd done, saying I couldn't even remember what day it was, so how did I manage this? I opened my eyes and sat up straight,
Looked right at her and said I remembered everything. Every word, every document, every email about selling my house. Derek came in saying I had no right to go through their things. I told him they had no right to go through my life. I explained it all calmly. The lawyer, the reverse transfers, the new will. Showed them copies of their own emails that I'd photographed. Told them I didn't have 1 cent or 1 piece of paper with their names on it anymore. Linda started crying, saying they were trying to help, that I wasn't capable. I cut her off. Said I was capable enough to know when I was being robbed by my own daughter. Then I told her if she ever tried to bury me alive again, I'd make sure the dirt landed on her first. Derek said they needed to leave. They packed in 3 days and were gone by the weekend. The house has been empty for 5 weeks now. It's strange. No footsteps upstairs. No whispered conversations I'm not supposed to hear. I make coffee for one again. Eat dinner at the table by myself. I went back to managing my own mail, paying my own bills. Sarah checks in once a week, partly as my lawyer and partly as a friend. I sleep better now. No more lying awake wondering what they're planning. But I won't lie. It's lonely. Linda and Derek haven't contacted me at all. Complete silence. Well, almost complete. 3 weeks after they left, Linda sent one text message. It just said, "I hope you're happy now." I didn't respond. What would I even say? Some neighbors saw the moving truck and asked questions. I keep it vague. Tell them Linda and Derek had to move for Derek's work. My sister's grandchildren, Emma and James, started coming by more often. They bring groceries, sit and have coffee with me. Actually talk to me like I'm a person. They ask about my day, my opinions, what I think about things. Linda only ever asked if I'd taken my pills or remembered to eat. The difference is pretty stark when you see it laid out like that. I keep coming back to the same thoughts, though. Was the deception cruel? I deliberately played weak and set a trap for my own daughter. Maybe I could have confronted them directly when I first found those documents. But would they have stopped? Or would they have just gotten better at hiding it? I didn't just protect my money. I protected my autonomy, my dignity. They saw me as an obstacle to $800,000. I showed them I was still the woman who raised that daughter. Part of me does wonder if I misread things. What if they genuinely thought they were helping and just went about it the wrong way? But then I remember that email. Before she gets worse. They were counting on me deteriorating. You don't hide documents from someone you respect. You don't plan to sell someone's house while they're still living in it if you see them as capable. I'm still here in my house, managing everything myself. I hired a housekeeper to help with the heavy cleaning, paid her fairly, got a proper contract. Emma comes by twice a week for dinner. I've been attending library board meetings since they'll be getting a significant donation eventually. I'm physically slower than I used to be, but mentally I'm sharper than ever. Or maybe I'm just more vigilant now. Linda called yesterday, first time in 5 weeks. I didn't answer, let it go to voicemail. Her voice said we needed to talk, that she'd been thinking about everything, and to call her back.
I haven't listened to the full message yet. The phone's sitting on my kitchen table with that red light blinking. People have asked me if I regret what I did. I regret that it was necessary. I regret that my own daughter saw me as leverage instead of as a person. But I don't regret protecting myself. I spent 84 years building this life. Nobody gets to dismantle it while I'm still living it. That voicemail is still there. Part of me wants to know what she has to say. Maybe it's an apology. Maybe it's more manipulation. Part of me thinks some doors, once closed, should stay that way. I don't know yet. But at least now the choice is mine to make. They treated my will like a game. So I changed the rules without telling anyone. I'm a 79-year-old grandmother who raised 4 children alone on a teacher's pension after my husband died. Sarah is my eldest at 54. Then there's David, who's 52, Michael at 50, and my youngest, Tom, who just turned 47. I always believed in fairness. I made sure every one of them had food, schooling, and a place to come home to growing up. Money was tight, but we managed. I never thought they'd grow up to be the kind of people who'd compete over what I'd leave behind. My health started going downhill about 8 months ago. Nothing dramatic, just the usual stuff that comes with age. My doctor said I needed to start thinking about getting my affairs in order, so I told the kids. I'd always planned to split everything equally between the 4 of them. The house, my savings, everything. That seemed fair after raising them all the same. Then I overheard the conversation that changed everything. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Sarah had come over with David and Michael to supposedly check on me and help around the house. I was resting in my bedroom when I heard their voices in the kitchen. They weren't even trying to be quiet. Sarah was going on about how the house was in a good neighborhood and would sell for a decent amount. David said he needed the money more because he had kids in college. Michael argued that he'd been helping me the most, which was a lie. Then Sarah said something that made my blood run cold. She'll forget who owns what soon enough. They laughed. My own children laughed about me losing my mind. I sat there on my bed, shaking, but not from age or illness. I was furious. These were the same kids I'd sacrificed everything for. I worked double shifts tutoring students after school to pay for their field trips and prom dresses and college applications. And now they were in my kitchen, dividing up my life like I was already gone. I didn't confront them. I just sat there, listening to them argue about square footage and market value until they left an hour later. Sarah kissed my forehead on her way out and told me to call if I needed anything. The audacity. I spent 3 nights barely sleeping, just thinking about what I'd heard. I'd always told myself that my kids were good people, that I'd raised them right. But maybe I'd been fooling myself. Maybe they'd just been waiting for me to become a burden they could profit from. A week later, I called my lawyer. I'd known John for 30 years, and he didn't ask questions when I told him I wanted to rewrite everything. I left the house and most of my savings to Tom. He's the only one who still visits without an agenda. Every Sunday he brings groceries and we play cards. He doesn't ask about my will or my assets, or when I'm planning to downsize. He just shows up because he wants to see his mother. The rest of my estate I donated to a scholarship fund in my late husband's name. Here's the thing, though. I'd told Sarah, David, and Michael years ago that the scholarship fund had been dissolved due to lack of donations. They believed me because they never cared enough to check. Now it's back, and it's getting a significant amount of money. Money they thought they'd be splitting 3 ways. John had the papers drawn up in 2 days. I signed them in his office and felt lighter than I had in weeks. The secret sat with me for 2 months while I watched Sarah, David, and Michael circle around like vultures, dropping hints about finances and asking intrusive questions about my accounts. They had no idea what was coming. 2 months after signing the new will, I decided it was time to let something slip. Sarah had stopped by on a Wednesday, which was unusual since she normally only came when the others were there too. She was doing that thing where she pretended to care, asking about my medications and whether I'd eaten lunch. Then she started fishing for information about my finances,
asking if I'd talked to John recently. I told her I had. Said I'd updated my papers and got everything in order like the doctor suggested. The look on her face was priceless. She immediately wanted to know what I meant by updated, and I just smiled and said I'd made some changes. Told her not to worry about it. She left 20 minutes later, and I knew she was calling her brothers before she even got to her car. The next 3 weeks were almost funny. Suddenly all 3 of them were coming around more often. David brought flowers. Michael offered to fix my leaking faucet, something he'd ignored for 6 months. Sarah started calling every other day asking how I was feeling, if I needed anything, whether I'd thought more about my plans. They thought they could sweet-talk me into changing it back. They thought I was just being dramatic, or maybe a little senile. It all came to a head at Sunday dinner 3 weeks later. I'd made the mistake of inviting all 4 kids over, including Tom. Sarah brought it up right after we finished eating. She said we needed to talk about my estate planning as a family, that it wasn't fair to keep everyone in the dark. David and Michael backed her up immediately. They were all looking at me like I was confused, like I needed their guidance. I was tired of watching them pretend, so I told them everything. I said Tom was getting the house and most of my savings. The silence that followed was deafening. Then Sarah started screaming. She said I was choosing favorites, that it wasn't fair, that Tom didn't need it as much as they did. David called it financial abuse. Michael just sat there with his mouth open. Then I dropped the real bomb. I told them about the scholarship fund, told them it was alive and well and getting the rest of my estate. Sarah's face went white. She said I'd told them that fund didn't exist anymore, and I smiled and said I'd lied. Told them I wanted to see who actually cared about me versus who just cared about my money. That's when everything exploded. Sarah started yelling that I was senile, and this proved it. David said they'd contest it. Michael accused Tom of manipulating me, which was rich considering Tom had been sitting there shocked this entire time. He didn't even know about the will. They all turned on him, saying he'd poisoned me against them, that he was stealing their inheritance. I cut through all of it and brought up the kitchen conversation. Told them I'd heard every word they said that Tuesday afternoon. Sarah denied it immediately, said I was confused. David and Michael backtracked, tried to claim they were just worried about my care. I told them I knew exactly what I heard, and I wasn't changing anything. Sarah said I'd regret this, said I was destroying this family over nothing. I looked her right in the eye and told her the will was done. John had it, and it wasn't changing. I said they'd made their choice when they decided to treat me like a death lottery, and I'd made mine. She grabbed her purse and walked out. David and Michael followed her after some weak attempts at apologizing. The front door slammed so hard it rattled the windows. Tom and I sat there in the dining room with half-eaten pie on the table. He asked if this was really what I wanted, and I told him yes. They made their choice. I made mine. That was 6 months ago. None of them call anymore. Sarah sends the occasional text, usually something passive-aggressive about how I'm tearing the family apart, or how she hopes I'm happy with my decision. I don't respond. David tried to apologize once about 2 months after the dinner, but it came with a, "But you should really reconsider this," attached to the end. Michael went the legal route and had his lawyer send a letter questioning my mental competency. John handled it in about 10 minutes. Turns out you need actual evidence, not just anger that your inheritance disappeared. Tom still comes every Sunday. He brings groceries and we play cards at the kitchen table. He offered to refuse the inheritance when all this started.
Said he didn't want to be the reason the family fell apart. I told him absolutely not. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just the only one who remembered I'm still alive and not just an asset to be liquidated. The thing is, his siblings aren't speaking to him either now. He told me Sarah blocked his number. David and Michael ignore his calls. He asked me a few weeks ago if losing everyone was really worth it. I told him, what family was he losing exactly? The one that was sitting in my kitchen planning my funeral before I was dead. I sleep easier now, knowing the greedy ones won't get a penny. The scholarship fund is set up and John says it'll help at least 3 students a year once everything goes through. My husband would have loved that. He always believed in education, said it was the only thing nobody could take away from you. At least something good will come out of all this. But the house is too quiet most days. I find myself thinking about when the kids were little, before money meant anything, before the house became valuable, before greed turned them into strangers. I try to pinpoint when it changed. Was it when my husband died and they saw me struggle alone? Was it when I got older and became less of a mother and more of an inheritance? Was it when the neighborhood got nicer and the property values went up? Sometimes I pick up the phone thinking I should call Sarah. Maybe I should have just talked to them first instead of going nuclear. But then I remember her voice saying, I'd forget who owns what soon enough. And the anger comes right back. They made their choice that day in my kitchen. I just made sure there were consequences for it. Tom feels guilty, though. I can see it in his face when he visits. He won't say it directly, but he's sad about losing his siblings. I realized a few weeks ago that my revenge didn't just punish Sarah, David, and Michael. It hurt Tom, too. He didn't ask to be put in the middle of this. He was just being a decent son, and now he's lost his entire family because of it. My health is still declining. The doctor says I should start thinking about care options within the year. I'm not sure how much time I have left to fix this, if it even can be fixed. The scholarship fund makes me feel like I did something worthwhile. That brings some peace when I can't sleep at night. Yesterday, Sarah's number showed up on my phone. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. I stared at that missed call for an hour, trying to decide if I should call back. My finger hovered over her name at least a dozen times. I still haven't called. I don't know if I will. Maybe some bridges are meant to stay burned. When my own daughter tried to put me in a home, I decided to show her who really built hers. I'm Margaret, 81 years old, and I've spent most of my life keeping my family together. Every Sunday dinner for the past 40 years was cooked in my kitchen. Every grandchild was babysat at my house while their parents worked or needed a break. When my daughter Lisa went through her first divorce at 32, I was the one who let her move back in with her 2 boys. When she went through her second divorce at 47, I was the one who paid her lawyer fees. I thought I'd raised someone who understood loyalty. Turns out I was wrong about that. Lisa is 54 now, and somewhere along the way she changed. Or maybe I just stopped seeing her clearly. I added her name to my house deed about 8 years ago because she convinced me it would be easier for her to help with repairs and property taxes. I trusted her completely back then. That was my first mistake. The problem started small, maybe 6 months ago. She'd offer to pick up my groceries and then forget. Not once or twice, but every single time. I'd call to remind her and she'd sound annoyed, like I was being unreasonable. Then she started asking to borrow my debit card for errands. The first time she returned it the same day. The second time it took 3 days. By the 5th time I stopped counting. She'd come back with vague explanations about needing to pick up supplies for her apartment or paying for something that didn't take her card. I never saw receipts. I didn't say anything. I just watched. I started writing things down in a notebook I kept in my nightstand. Dates, times, excuses. I'm old, not stupid. The breaking point came on a Tuesday afternoon 3 weeks ago. I was supposed to be napping in my bedroom, but I couldn't sleep. I heard Lisa in the kitchen talking on her phone. She must have thought I was out cold because her voice was normal volume, not whispered. I heard her say my name first. Then I heard her laugh. Then I heard the words that made my blood run cold. She was telling someone, probably a friend, that she was planning to sell my house. She said she'd already talked to a realtor. She said she was going to move me into a care home before I forgot how to fight back. Those were her exact words. Before I forgot how to fight back. My hands started shaking. Not the usual tremor I get sometimes, but full body shaking. I sat on the edge of my bed and pressed my palms against my knees to make it stop. It wasn't age making me shake. It was pure rage. I stayed in that room until I heard her leave. Then I sat in my kitchen for the rest of the afternoon, staring at the table where we'd eaten thousands of meals together. I couldn't sleep that night. I just kept replaying her words over and over. The next morning, I got dressed, put on my good coat, and drove myself to my lawyer's office. I didn't call ahead. I just showed up and told the receptionist I needed to see him immediately. She must have seen something in my face because she didn't make me wait. My lawyer, Richard, has handled my affairs for 20 years. He took one look at me and knew something was seriously wrong. I told him everything. The phone call, the plan, all of it. He didn't seem surprised, which honestly made me feel worse. He said he sees this kind of thing more often than people think. We spent 3 hours in his office that day. First thing we did was remove Lisa from the house deed. She'd been secondary owner, but it was still my property. Richard said it was completely within my rights to revoke it, and we did the paperwork right there. Then I had him help me open a new bank account under my maiden name, Johnson. I transferred most of my savings into it that afternoon. Lisa only knew me as Margaret Patterson. She had no idea that account existed. The last thing we did was rewrite my will. Everything now goes to my grandsons, Jake and Michael. They're 28 and 25, and they've never treated me like a burden. They call me regularly. They visit because they want to, not because they need something. Richard asked me 3 times if I was sure. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. Then I went home and waited. For 2 weeks I acted completely normal. Lisa came by twice during that time and I smiled at her. I offered her tea. I pretended everything was fine. She had no idea what I'd done. She showed up on a Thursday morning with a woman I'd never met before. Lisa introduced her as Karen, a real estate agent and friend. They had a folder full of paperwork, photos of assisted living facilities, and what looked like a staging plan for my house. I sat in my armchair and let them talk. Lisa used her sweet voice, the one she uses when she wants something. She told me they'd found me a lovely place with activities and nurses on staff. She said I'd be so much happier there, that taking care of a whole house was too much for me. Karen nodded along and showed me brochures. They had it all planned out. Then Lisa said I needed to start packing. She said they wanted to list the house by the end of the month. I stood up, walked to my desk, and pulled out a folder. I handed Lisa the new deed and said she might want to check who owns this house now. I watched her face as she read it. Confusion first, then shock. Then her eyes went wide. She looked up at me like she didn't recognize me. Then she started screaming. She called me cruel. She said I was betraying her after everything she'd done for me. She said I was clearly senile and this proved I needed to be in a home. Karen quietly grabbed her purse and left without saying a word. I waited until Lisa finished yelling. Then I said it. No, dear. You just taught me how betrayal feels. She threatened to sue me. She said I wasn't competent to make these decisions. She said her lawyer would have me declared unfit. I told her to try. Then I walked to the front door and opened it. She left. I closed the door and locked it behind her. The next week, she called Jake and Michael, trying to get them on her side. They didn't believe her version of events. They'd seen how she'd been treating me. The calls to my house stopped completely after that. It's been 2 months now, and I haven't heard from her once. 2 months of silence. That's where I am now. The house is quiet in a way it never was before. No more Sunday dinners with the whole family crammed around my table. No more last-minute calls asking if I can watch the kids, or loan her money, or help with whatever crisis she's invented this week. I eat dinner alone most nights. Sometimes I make a full meal out of habit, then remember it's just me. Other times I just have soup and crackers. But here's the thing. It's peaceful. I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm not wondering what she's going to ask for next or how she's going to disappoint me. I'm not checking my bank account every day to make sure nothing's missing. The relief is real, even if it comes with a price. Jake and Michael still visit, separately, without telling their mother. Jake brings his 2 kids over sometimes, and they run around my backyard the way he used to when he was little. Michael calls me twice a week, usually on Tuesday and Friday evenings. He asks how I'm doing and actually listens to the answer. They've both told me they understand why I did what I did. They said they'd noticed how Lisa was treating me, but didn't know how to bring it up without causing family drama. Well, I caused the drama for them. I heard through Jake that Lisa's struggling financially. Apparently she was counting on selling this house to clear some debts. Can't say I'm surprised. She's always spent more than she had. That used to be my problem to solve. Not anymore. Some nights I sit in my kitchen and think about when she was younger, before the divorces, before whatever bitterness took root in her. She used to bring me flowers from her garden. She used to call, just to talk. I keep wondering if I caused this somehow. Did I help too much? Did I make her think she was entitled to everything I had? Or did I just finally see who she really became? The hardest part is not knowing if I went too far or not far enough. I protected myself and my assets. I made sure the people who actually care about me will benefit from what I've built. But I also lost my daughter. Maybe I lost her years ago and just didn't want to admit it. Maybe that phone call was just the final proof. I haven't changed my mind about the will or the house. I won't. But there's this small part of me that still waits for the phone to ring, that still hopes she'll show up at my door with an actual apology instead of excuses. Most days I don't think about it. Other days I catch myself looking out the window when a car drives by. Jake asked me last week if I regret it. I told him I regret that it was necessary. He seemed to understand what I meant. I'm still here, still in my house, still independent. I proved she couldn't just dispose of me when it was convenient for her. But I'm also still alone, in ways I never expected to be at 81. The victory feels hollow sometimes. Was taking everything back from her the revenge I needed? Or did it just prove that family loyalty dies faster than love does? I'm still here, still in my house, still waiting to see if she'll ever come back through that door. I just don't know if I want her to. When they sold my land behind my back, I made sure they'd never own another inch of it again. I'm an 82-year-old man, and until a few months ago I thought my children actually gave a damn about the land I was planning to leave them. Turns out, they only cared about what it was worth in cash. Let me back up. My father left me this property over 50 years ago. It's not much, just a few hectares and a small house that's seen better days. But it's where I raised my 3 kids, and it meant everything to me. My eldest, Marcus, is 56 now. He married Linda about 20 years back, and she always seemed a little too interested in how much things cost, if you know what I mean. My other 2 kids moved overseas decades ago and barely call, so Marcus was the one who stayed close. I thought that meant something. About 3 years ago, I got pneumonia that turned into something a lot worse. Spent 4 months in the hospital, and there were a few weeks where the doctors weren't sure I'd make it out. Marcus and Linda visited all the time, bringing me food, helping with bills, all that stuff good kids are supposed to do. One afternoon, when I was really foggy from the medication, they showed up with a stack of papers. Marcus said it was just medical consent forms and power of attorney for healthcare decisions while I was sick. Made sense at the time. I could barely lift my head off the pillow, let alone handle medical decisions. So I signed where they told me to sign. There was this nagging feeling in the back of my head that something was off, but I chalked it up to the morphine making me paranoid. When I finally got discharged and made it back home, something felt different about the place. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. Marcus and Linda kept stopping by, acting weird, too cheerful, too helpful. They kept mentioning changes coming, but would dodge the question whenever I asked what they meant. Then my neighbor, old Mrs. Chen, came by to drop off some soup. She asked about the sale, and I just stared at her. What sale? She got this nervous look on her face and changed the subject real quick. The next morning, I checked the mailbox and found a letter from the municipal office about a title transfer completion. My hands started shaking before I even finished reading it. I drove myself to the municipal office. Probably shouldn't have been driving at my age, but I was desperate. The clerk pulled up the records, and my worst fear was staring back at me from the computer screen. The land was titled to Marcus and Linda now. Not only that, but they'd already sold it to some developer. The transaction was dated 2 months prior, while I was still in that hospital bed. I confronted Marcus that evening. He was so calm about it, like he'd been rehearsing. Told me I'd agreed to everything, that I was getting old, and they were just managing things for me. Linda jumped in saying they did it for my own good, and that the money was in a trust for my care. I demanded to see the trust documents. They couldn't produce them, just more excuses and deflections. That's when I knew. There was no trust. They'd pocketed everything. Then Marcus made a mistake. He threatened me, said if I made trouble, they'd get me declared mentally incompetent. Reminded me that the doctors had noted I was delirious in the hospital. And who did I think people would believe? That night, sitting alone in my house, the house they'd already sold out from under me, I made a decision. I couldn't just call the police. Marcus was right that I'd been medicated and foggy, but I knew my own signature, and I knew what I'd actually agreed to. I remembered my old friend Pedro, who still worked at the registry office. We used to play poker every Thursday for years. I'd lived 82 years. I could be patient a little longer. This all happened about 2 years ago now. Time moves different when you're fighting for something. The week after that confrontation, I called Pedro. We met at a diner 2 towns over, where nobody knew us. He pulled the records, and we went through every page of that transaction. When he showed me the signatures, I knew immediately. The one they claimed was mine didn't match my handwriting at all. Pedro looked at me over his coffee and said I needed a lawyer and a handwriting expert. So that's what I did. For the next 18 months, I worked quietly. Didn't tell anyone what I was doing, not even my other kids overseas. I dug through my filing cabinet and found every old document I'd ever signed. Mortgage papers from 40 years ago, letters to the bank, my father's will from the 70s, even old birthday cards. Took them all to a handwriting expert my lawyer recommended. The expert analyzed everything and came back with a report showing the signature on those medical documents didn't match mine on 3 specific technical points. We also subpoenaed my medical records from the hospital. Turns out I'd been given a heavy dose of morphine just 2 hours before Marcus claimed I signed those papers. Meanwhile, Marcus and Linda were living it up. They'd bought a bigger house and new cars. Linda was posting all over Facebook about their windfall. They even invited me over to their new place once, like they wanted to rub it in. Marcus actually said I should be happy for them, that they were doing well. The developer had already started surveying my land, putting up markers for where they'd build whatever commercial garbage they had planned. 18 months in, my lawyer told me we had enough evidence. We filed a complaint with the prosecutor's office and a civil suit to nullify the sale. I didn't warn Marcus, just let the papers get served to him at his work. He called me an hour later, absolutely furious, screaming about what the hell I thought I was doing. I kept my voice calm and told him I was getting back what was mine. The court proceedings moved faster than I expected. There were depositions and meetings, but I'll spare you the boring details. The important part was when the handwriting expert testified. They put up these huge displays showing my real signatures next to the forged one. The differences were obvious once you knew what to look for. Then they brought out my medical records, showing the morphine timing, and the hospital security footage that proved Marcus and Linda had been alone with me. No nurse present like there's supposed to be for legal documents. Even the developer's lawyer admitted they'd had concerns about the sale, but went through with it anyway. The judge didn't even take a full day to decide. Sale nullified. Fraud charges filed against Marcus and Linda. Title restored to my name. The criminal charges meant they could be looking at jail time, and the developer wanted every cent back that he'd paid them. Everything fell apart for them, fast. Their house got seized to pay back the developer. Savings frozen. Marcus lost his job. He worked at a bank, and you can't exactly have a fraud conviction in that line of work. Linda's own family disowned her over it. They both tried to apologize later, wanted to meet and talk. I refused. I had nothing to say to people who were ready to let me die in a hospital bed while they robbed me blind. That was 6 months ago. The developer gave up on the whole thing, too legally messy. And I'm back on my land, where I belong. So here I am now, back on the land. The house is quiet again, but it feels different than it used to. Maybe I'm different. Hard to say. My youngest granddaughter, Emma, comes over most mornings before school. She's 14 and likes helping me with the garden. She doesn't know the full story. Thinks her Uncle Marcus moved away for work. I watch her work the same soil I worked as a boy. The same soil my father worked before me. It's bittersweet, you know. The legacy continues, but the family's destroyed. My other 2 kids finally called after they heard what happened. They're scattered across Europe and Australia, too far away to have been involved in any of this. They expressed shock, apologized for not being around more. Both offered to visit. But what's the point now? Funny how people show up after all the damage is already done. Marcus and Linda's trial is still pending. Could be 2 to 5 years in prison for the fraud charges. Their lawyer tried to work out a plea deal that would have meant less time if I agreed to it. I refused. Some people have asked me if I feel guilty about that. I don't. Not even a little bit. The whole thing took a toll on my health, I won't lie. The stress of those 2 years probably knocked a few years off whatever time I have left. I figure I've got maybe 5 to 10 good years if I'm lucky. So I've spent the past few months updating my will, properly this time. Everything goes to Emma now. I set up a real trust with 3 different lawyers looking over it. Made it ironclad. No one's pulling that trick on me twice. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I was too harsh. Then I remember they were ready to stick me in the cheapest nursing home they could find while spending my money on houses and cars and whatever else they wanted. The regret isn't about the revenge. It's about the loss. You can't unknow that your own son saw you as nothing but a paycheck, that he watched you almost die, and his first thought was how to profit from it. Emma asked me about an old photo on the mantel yesterday. It's me as a young man standing with my father on this exact same land. She wanted to know if she'd take care of this place someday. I told her if she wanted it, it was hers. But she had to promise me something. She had to promise she'd never let anyone tell her that what's hers isn't worth fighting for. She nodded, but I don't think she fully understood yet. She will someday. There's a letter sitting on my kitchen table. Came 3 days ago. It's from Marcus, sent from jail. I haven't opened it yet. I can see the envelope from where I sit with my morning coffee. Part of me is curious what he wrote. Is it an apology? Some kind of justification? Another manipulation? I honestly don't know. Maybe I'll read it eventually. Maybe I won't. I've got time to decide. What I do know is that the land is mine again. Emma is learning to love it the way I do, and Marcus is exactly where he deserves to be. Some betrayals are too deep to ever really heal from. You just learn to live with the scar. When they sold my memories for cash, I made sure they'd pay for it in silence. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, and I've never written anything online before. But after what my family did, I needed somewhere to get it off my chest. My son is 56, my daughter-in-law is 54, and my grandson just turned 28 last spring. I'm telling you this because you need to understand who these people are to me. Or were to me. My wife passed away 10 years ago. We didn't have much, but what we had, we built together. A small house on the edge of town, some savings we'd tucked away over 40 years of work, and photo albums. Boxes and boxes of photo albums. Those albums were everything to me. Every birthday party, every vacation we scraped together money for, every Christmas morning, every smile she ever gave me. All of it was in those albums. After she died, I'd sit with them on Sunday afternoons and just look through them. It was like she was still here. She had a jewelry box, too. Nothing expensive, but it was hers. A few rings, some earrings, a necklace I bought her on our anniversary. The kind of stuff that doesn't mean anything to anyone else, but meant the world to me. A few months ago, my son came by with his wife and my grandson. That was the first red flag, honestly. They don't usually all come together unless it's a holiday. But they showed up on a random Saturday afternoon with coffee and pastries, acting like it was the most natural thing in the world. They were so nice that day. Too nice. Asking me about the old days, wanting to hear stories about their mother and grandmother. My daughter-in-law kept pointing at things around the house, asking where I got them, how old they were. She picked up this wooden clock that's been on the mantel for 30 years and said something about how vintage pieces are worth a lot now. My son nodded along, asking about the value of antiques and if I'd ever thought about selling anything. I should have known something was off. But I was just happy to see them interested in our history. Stupid old man. 2 weeks later, I went looking for the photo albums. I wanted to find a specific picture of my wife from our trip to the coast in 1987. I went to the closet where I kept them all. Empty. Just empty shelves with dust outlines where the boxes used to be. I checked everywhere. Under the bed, the garage, the attic. Nothing. The jewelry box was gone from my dresser, too. Some other small things I'd kept of hers. All gone. I called my son. He didn't answer at first. Called 3 times before he picked up. When I asked him about the albums, there was this long silence. Then he admitted it. Said he sold them. Sold my wife's belongings. Sold our entire life together. He needed emergency money, he said. The albums were just sitting there collecting dust anyway, he said. Some collector paid good money for vintage photographs, and the jewelry went to a pawn shop. He actually sounded annoyed that I was upset about it, like I was being unreasonable. His exact words were, "They were just old things anyway, Dad." I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I wanted to, but something in me just went cold and quiet. I just said okay and hung up the phone. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat in my chair staring at those empty shelves until the sun came up. And then I called my lawyer. My lawyer's name is Patricia. She's handled my affairs for 20 years, since before my wife passed. When I told her what happened, she didn't say much, just listened and took notes. Then she asked me what I wanted to do. I told her I wanted to transfer everything, the house, the savings account, my car, all of it. I wanted it to go to a charity that helps elderly people who've been abandoned by their families. She knew exactly which one I meant. There's a local organization that runs a community center and provides support for seniors whose kids don't visit anymore. I'd seen their fundraisers in the paper. It took about 3 weeks to get everything sorted. Paperwork, signatures, processing. Patricia warned me that this was permanent, that I should think about it carefully. I told her I'd already thought about it plenty. She didn't push back after that. The one thing I kept was enough money in a separate account to cover my living expenses. I'm not trying to hurt myself here, just them. I didn't tell my son, didn't tell anyone in the family. I just went about my life like normal. They'd come by every few weeks like they always did after that visit, though less friendly now, more awkward. My daughter-in-law stopped looking me in the eye. My grandson tried to act like nothing happened. My son would ask if I needed anything, but it felt hollow, like he was checking a box. I'd sit there drinking tea with them, answering their small talk, watching them look around my house like they were taking inventory. I could see it in their eyes sometimes, calculating, planning, thinking about what they'd do with the place after I was gone. It made me sick, but I didn't let it show. I just waited. About 4 months after I'd signed everything over, my son came by with his wife. No grandson this time. They sat down at my kitchen table, and my son cleared his throat in that way he does when he's about to ask for something. He started talking about the future, about making sure everything was in order for when I passed. Asked if I had a will, if things were organized, if I'd thought about what would happen to the house. His wife jumped in, talking about how they wanted to make sure I had everything handled so it wouldn't be stressful for me. I let them talk for a while, nodding along. Then my son finally just came out with it, asked directly about my plans for the inheritance. I took a sip of my tea, set the cup down, and I said, "You already sold your share." The silence that hit that kitchen was like a physical thing. My daughter-in-law's mouth actually opened. My son just stared at me. He asked what I meant. I told him plainly. The house was gone. The savings were gone. Everything had been transferred to charity. There was no inheritance. There was nothing left for them. My son's face went red, then white. He started talking fast, asking when, how, why didn't I tell them? They could fix this. They'd get the albums back somehow. His wife was saying something about family and not being rash. I just sat there, quiet, let them panic. When they finally ran out of words, I told them they could leave now. My son tried to argue, but I stood up and walked to the door, held it open. They left. And the silence that followed them out was worth more than any apology they could have given me. That was 3 months ago. I haven't heard from my son since, except for one angry voicemail I deleted without listening to the whole thing. My daughter-in-law tried calling from different numbers, but I stopped picking up when I didn't recognize them. My grandson sent a text asking if we could talk. I didn't respond. The charity sent me a letter last month thanking me for the donation. They're using part of it to expand their meal program, and the rest is going into a fund for seniors who need help with bills when their families cut them off. Patricia told me they named a bench after my wife at their community center. I haven't gone to see it yet. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Every evening now I sit on my porch with a cup of tea. I've got a framed photo of my wife that I kept on my nightstand. It's one of the few pictures I had that wasn't in those albums. She's smiling in it, standing in our backyard the summer before she got sick. I prop it up on the little table next to my chair and I talk to her while I drink my tea. I tell her about my day, about the weather, about the neighbor's cat that keeps coming around. Sometimes I tell her what I did to our son, what I did to our family. I don't know if she'd approve. She was always more forgiving than me, more patient. But those were her memories, too, that he sold. Her jewelry, her life. The pain still stings. I won't lie about that. There are nights I can't sleep because I'm thinking about those albums, wondering who has them now. If they're sitting in some collector's storage unit, or if someone threw them away when they realized the people in the photos were nobody famous. Just us. Just our life. And I think about my grandson sometimes. He was just going along with his parents that day. I don't know if he knew what they were planning. He's called a few more times. Left a message saying he misses me. Part of me wants to believe he's different from them. But he was there. He helped carry those boxes out to their car. He had to have known. My son tried coming by 2 weeks ago. I saw his car pull up from my window, and I just didn't answer the door. He knocked for a while. Then he left. I watched him sit in his car for almost 20 minutes before he drove away. The house feels emptier now. Not because of what they took. That emptiness was already there. But because I know no one's coming for Sunday dinners anymore. No one's calling to check in. The family I had, whatever was left of it after my wife died, is gone now. But here's the thing. Knowing they'll never profit from my love again, knowing they can't sell off what's left of me when I'm gone, that brings a kind of peace. Maybe it's not the right kind of peace. Maybe it's the bitter kind. But it's mine. That's the kind of peace only revenge can buy. I still don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I think I should have just let it go. Forgiven them. Other days I look at that empty shelf and I feel nothing but anger all over again. Yesterday a letter came from my son. It's on my kitchen counter right now. I walk past it every morning and every night. Haven't opened it. Don't know if I will. You only visit when there's something to take. I'm 79 years old, and my son Marcus, 52, and his wife Linda, 48, taught me that lesson when I was at my most vulnerable. My husband Robert died last March. We'd been married for 54 years. The funeral was on a Thursday, and I barely remember it. Just a blur of faces and condolences, and the weight of knowing I'd never hear his voice again. Friday morning at 7 a.m., Marcus and Linda showed up at my door. They brought coffee and had tears streaming down their faces. Marcus held my hands and told me I couldn't stay in the house alone anymore. He said Dad would want them to take care of me. Linda was already walking around my living room, looking at everything with this weird intensity I was too grief-stricken to question. They had this whole plan ready. They'd just bought a huge house across town, 5 bedrooms, and they wanted me to move in with them. I'd have my own suite, we'd eat dinner together as a family, and I wouldn't have to worry about maintaining my house or paying bills or any of it. They'd handle everything. I was exhausted. The kind of tired that goes bone deep. Robert had been my partner for over half a century, and suddenly I was alone in a house full of memories. So I said yes. That was my first mistake, trusting them completely. Marcus said selling my house would help with expenses and make everything simpler. Their realtor friend handled it. The paperwork moved so fast my head spun, but Marcus kept saying it was better to get it done quickly, that I needed a fresh start. I signed everything he put in front of me because he was my son. You don't expect your own child to destroy you. I moved into their house in May. By June, things started disappearing. My jewelry box felt lighter one day. My grandmother's pearl necklace was gone. When I asked Linda about it, she got this concerned look on her face and said I must have misplaced it before the move. She patted my hand and told me it was understandable with all the stress I'd been under. July was worse. The antique bedroom set Robert and I bought on our honeymoon vanished. I woke up one morning and it was just gone, replaced with some modern furniture from IKEA. Marcus said the old stuff didn't fit their aesthetic, and they'd put it in storage for me. There was no storage unit. I know that now. Then August hit, and everything became clear. I went to the bank to withdraw money for my church donation. The teller looked at her screen with this confused expression and told me my account had a balance of $47. I'd had $200,000 in that account. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the counter. I asked to see the statements. The manager printed out 6 months' worth, and I sat there in that bank for 2 hours, staring at transfer after transfer, all with my signature. Signatures I didn't remember making. The account had been consolidated for easier management. Consolidated right into Marcus's name. That same week, my pension check bounced. Marcus had been depositing them into a joint account I never agreed to open. Everything was gone. The house sale money, my savings, Robert's life insurance payout. Every single cent had been transferred out over the past few months. My own son had robbed me blind while I was grieving his father. I sat in that bank manager's office staring at those statements until the numbers blurred together. 6 months of my life savings being drained away while I grieved. The manager kept asking if I was okay, if I needed her to call someone. I told her no, and took the papers home. Here's the thing, though. I didn't confront them. I went home and I played dumb. Marcus and Linda had been making these comments for weeks about my memory, my confusion. They'd tell their friends I was getting forgetful, that I mixed things up. They needed people to think I was losing it so nobody would question why they were handling all my finances. It was the perfect cover for what they were doing. So I decided to give them exactly what they expected. I started forgetting things on purpose. I'd ask the same question twice at dinner. I shuffled around in my bathrobe at weird hours. When they talked about managing my affairs, I just smiled and nodded like I barely understood. Linda would explain basic things to me like I was a child, and I'd thank her sweetly. But every Tuesday and Thursday, when they were both at work, I took the bus downtown to see Patricia. She was my lawyer, the same one who'd handled Robert's estate. We'd known each other for 30 years, and when I showed her those bank statements, I thought she was going to have a stroke right there in her office. Patricia brought in a forensic accountant. We went through everything. Every document I'd signed, every transaction, every transfer. We traced where my money had gone, and it was worse than I thought. Their house, the big fancy one they claimed they'd just bought. The down payment was $180,000 of my money. The rest of my savings went to Linda's credit card debt, some boat Marcus bought, and a timeshare in Florida I'd never even heard about. It took 3 months to build the case, 3 months of eating dinner with people who were robbing me while I smiled and pretended to be confused. 3 months of listening to them talk about their plans for renovations and vacations, all funded by my life savings. The worst part was hearing them laugh about it. One night in September, I was supposed to be napping, but I heard them in the kitchen. Linda said I didn't even realize what was happening, that they could tell me anything at this point. Marcus laughed and said Dad never would have let this happen, but Mom was always soft, easy to manipulate. I recorded that conversation on the phone Patricia gave me. Patricia filed charges on October 15th. Elder financial abuse, fraud, theft. The police showed up at 6 a.m. while I was eating breakfast. I'll never forget Marcus's face when they read him his rights. He looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time in months. Not the confused old woman he'd been stealing from. Actually me. He said my name like a question, asked what I'd done. I took a sip of my coffee and told him I'd protected myself, that it was something he should have helped me do instead of taking advantage of me. Linda started screaming about misunderstandings, about how confused I was. But the officers had everything. Bank records, forged signatures, recorded conversations. They put handcuffs on both of them right there in the kitchen I'd paid for. The house was seized that same day. Every penny they'd stolen was being traced back, and Patricia said we'd recover most of it. Marcus and Linda were led out of their home in handcuffs while I finished my breakfast. That was 4 months ago. I live at Meadowbrook Assisted Living now. It's a small place, peaceful, with a garden where I grow tomatoes and herbs. My room is actually mine. I paid for it with the money Patricia recovered, and my name is the only one on anything. No joint accounts, no consolidated finances, nothing that anyone else can touch. My other children visit every week. Sarah, my daughter, drives 2 hours every Sunday and brings her kids. My youngest son, David, comes by with books and sits with me in the garden. They never asked me for money. They never treated me like I was disposable or stupid. When they found out what Marcus did, Sarah cried for an hour. David wanted to confront his brother, but I told him the legal system was handling it. They're both horrified. They keep asking how they didn't see it, how they didn't know. But Marcus was careful. He and Linda only showed their true faces to me, and only after they thought they'd broken me down enough that it wouldn't matter. The trial is next month. Marcus and Linda have been trying to contact me through their lawyer with messages about working things out as a family. Patricia shreds those letters the second they arrive. There's nothing to work out. You don't get to steal everything from your mother and then ask for family forgiveness when you get caught. The other residents here know my story. Sometimes they share their own. Children who disappeared until inheritance time. Relatives who suddenly wanted to help manage finances when they smelled money. Grandkids who only called when they needed something. We sit in the common room and talk about it like we're discussing the weather. We're not bitter, exactly. Just aware. Painfully aware of what people will do when they think you're too old or too weak to fight back. I think about Robert a lot. Wonder what he would have thought about all this. Part of me thinks he knew something was off with Marcus. Those last few weeks before he died, he kept telling me to be careful, to not trust anyone completely. Maybe he saw something in our son that I refused to see because I didn't want to believe it. Patricia says the trial could go either way. Even with all our evidence, juries sometimes sympathize with the children. They think parents should just forgive and forget, that family is family. She's prepared me for the possibility that Marcus might not serve any real time, that we might not recover everything. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'll get all my money back or if my son will actually face real consequences for what he did. But I know I'm not a victim anymore. I'm not confused or helpless or easy to manipulate. I'm a 79-year-old woman who refused to just roll over and die while her own child picked her bones clean. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, is thinking about how many other people are out there right now. Elderly parents sitting in their children's homes, being slowly drained dry, too trusting or too tired or too lonely to see what's happening until it's too late. How many people never fight back because they don't want to believe their own family would hurt them? I was lucky. I had Patricia. I had enough awareness left to see what was happening. I had the strength to fight. But I think about the ones who don't. The ones who die never knowing their children saw them as nothing more than a bank account with an expiration date. That's what haunts me.